It's championship baseball here today. Welcome everyone to Jimmy John's Field here in downtown Utica, Michigan. Jeremy Otto alongside Brennan Shabat to bring you the call. So glad you could tune in or see us in the ballpark here as well. We welcome you to what should be a fun day as well in our My Michigan TV pregame show. Well, yesterday was interesting, right? We thought it was going to be close to the end. It was a slugfest, 5-5, 2-2, and then it blew open.
Yeah, I mean, it was 7-5 in the bottom of the sixth inning, and Carson Ferry came in and struck out his first batter on 3 pitches and kind of looked like he was going to have a good outing, and we'd be kind of toe-to-toe all the way until the finish, and unfortunately a single and a couple of walks, and then Travius Ford, I mean, we can't say enough about him. 2 home runs in a night. His family was watching on the broadcast. They were chiming in on the comment section. That was pretty cool. They were hyped up for him. He had the grand slam, and the Beavers kind of just took it away from there. That was not really the knockout punch, but maybe the knockdown, and then the 7-run 8th inning really put the game on ice, and, you know, you just hope it wasn't, they didn't exhaust all their offense yesterday, and they can still bring it today in hopes of an entertaining game. But it was really fun to watch. The Mammoths, you got to give them credit. They had a fantastic season. The record didn't show how good they were. They had plenty of close losses. They really didn't get the luck to go their way in the extra innings. And, you know, every championship team in every sport at every level has gotten lucky in some way or another at some point
Especially
in their
baseball,
season.
right?
Yeah, exactly. And so the Mammoths just didn't get that luck. But they were able to win their first game. That was exciting, and they gave us a fun show to watch last night, too.
Well, I know you mentioned it yesterday in our pregame show here on the USPBL Network, but something that really stuck out, just the energy that you could see, the home runs that, you know, Ford was pumping his arms around the bases, chest pumping. I mean, it felt like the game mattered all that it did.
Yeah, it really does. And you can tell these guys are, we talked about it in the pregame show yesterday, playing to win. Obviously, a developmental league where we're focused on trying to make the best baseball players that we can and move guys to the next level and stuff. But when you want to win, when it's winning time, that's the main focus. And there was so much energy and adrenaline in the building last night. You know, we saw a flurry of home runs on both sides. I don't think any of those swings, you know, really took much effort. There's so much adrenaline behind a lot of those that, you know, you put the bat on the ball, there's a pretty good chance it's going out just with the excitement that every pitch has. And last night was no different.
Well, we're not going to make any assumptions about a team sitting and that impacting their offense because that was squashed kibosh very quickly for the Beavers last night. But, I mean, it is still a factor. They've tried to do all they can to get some live pitching, maybe see some, pitches out of a machine as well just to get the velocity. But you never know what's going to happen until the lights do turn on here in this early game today.
Yeah, I mean, that's, you know, push comes to shove and who's going to show up and push back. But it's hard to say that, you know, with 8 days of rest, this Unicorns team is not going to be ready. All season long, they've been the best hitting team in the league. They've got, you know, arguably the top 3 hitters in the league for power and average, 1 through 9. There's not really a weak spot. So, you know, like you said last night, the rest doesn't matter at this point. 18 runs for the Beavers on 7 days. We'll see what the Unicorns can do with 8 days of rest, trying to win their 4th in a row. Certainly expect them to come out ready, prepared. They have veterans on their team, not just in baseball in general, but in this league, guys who have been here before, been in this position, guys who have won championships, and that plays a factor. This is a Beavers team who a lot of guys on that roster haven't been in this position before, at least at the USPBL, and it's a different scenario and a different situation. When you have been through this, you're prepared, even if it's just one time, you know, last year or a couple of years ago, that can play a factor in your preparation and in preparing some of the other guys who haven't been here before, and that certainly poses a little bit of an advantage for the Unicorns.
Well, at least early on, you know, full disclosure, we are pre-recording a lot of our segments here in the pregame, but it is cloudy out here today. We're hopeful to see some sun by the time game time rolls around, but it's very comfortable. I mean, it wasn't the mugginess of the last couple days.
Yeah, I think it'll be nice for these players coming out here. I think the last thing you want is the weather to play a larger factor than normal in a championship game. And I think you look at, you know, the first 2 games of this weekend, maybe not a big factor, but there was no wind on Friday. We still saw some home runs, but we saw a lot of warning track shots.
Right.
There was a little bit stiffer and more consistent of a wind yesterday, and we saw a bunch of home runs. We'll see how the wind plays a factor today, but I like how you said it. It's comfortable, and that's what these guys want. Not too hot, not too cold. You don't need a long sleeve, but you're not sweating just sitting around in the dugout, and that makes you really able to hone in and focus on the game at hand, and you're not worried about, am I hydrated, am I cool enough, am I warm enough, whatever it is. You can just focus on this game and know that the weather's going to be good, and hopefully it stays that way.
Well, we had a chance to catch up with the CEO and commissioner of the USPBL, Andy Appleby. That interview is next, along with a lot more here in our extended pregame show in the USPBL Championship. Stick with us. Welcome back to Jimmy John's Field, everyone. Preparing for another fine USPBL championship here today. Now, pleased to be joined by Andy Appleby here today. Always an exciting time of year for you guys, right?
It sure is, Jeremy. It's the culmination of what has really been our best year ever, which I didn't know that I'd be saying that at the beginning of the year, but it's been fantastic, and of course we were aided by the weather. I mean, you know, I don't know that I've ever seen, at least in my 36 years in Michigan, I've ever seen a weather pattern like this. So we were very blessed.
Well, today as well, you know, there was some rain in the forecast earlier. It seems to have moved out, and maybe we'll have some sun by game time.
Yeah, we're hoping so, for sure. But the last 2 nights have been absolutely gorgeous.
Yeah, well, I mean, you kind of look at the year that was, and you guys, you know, introduced some new promotions and such. But, you know, what were some of your favorite things, I guess, that you saw this year?
Well, I think, again, the quality of baseball continues to get better and better for us. And the reason for that is now that we've had 46 players, I think anyone that is looking to still try to make the major leagues should want to come here. And not just do they come here, but they get well treated. They play in front of sold-out crowds, get to hug a lot of kids, sign a lot of autographs. I can't think of a better place for a young kid to come.
Where does the league go from here, I guess?
Yeah, so we were really buoyed by this great year we had. I'm very motivated to build another ballpark somewhere. We've got a number of discussions going on with cities across America, and I do recognize the need to add teams, and so unfortunately you can't really add teams to Jimmy John's Field because we're already at max capacity with the 4 teams and the 70 regular season games and 20 non-public games. So we have about 90 games that we play out of here. So I do recognize that need, and I have to redouble my efforts to get a new ballpark built.
I guess what are the logistics of, you know, I know Michigan was kind of your focus, but maybe now, you know, looking a little bit more nationwide. What would that look like if it wasn't in Michigan, I guess?
Yeah, so it would be more of a travel league. So we're talking at cities throughout the East Coast, several down in Texas. So before long, we'll be more of a full-fledged travel league. But it's fun while it lasts here, having all our games out of Jimmy John's Field. I mean, of course, I love it, not just because of the expense, but because I can see all the games here. And I think the players love it because they get to be focused here, really learn their trade, and get better. And I think a lot of other independent leagues that are more 90-game seasons, they don't ever really get a chance to actually practice. And our whole mission from day one here, Jeremy, was to make every single player better. And that's the real reason we've had 46 signed.
Yeah. Well, there's been a lot of improvements since this ballpark opened as well in terms of individual aspects. Anything that you see coming down the pipe here?
Well, you know, it's funny because I've given tours all weekend to various dignitaries and folks that hadn't been here before, and they always ask me, would you do anything differently? And I have to say, I just am in awe of the way this ballpark functions and the way that it's kind of the best of all worlds in every single place. You know, someday if we get enough of a demand, I'd love to put a beautiful deck on top of the hill up there. And maybe that'll occur next year. We do expect a great year next year. That's something that at least is in the back of my mind, but we're really good as it stands.
Yeah, well, we saw some rule changes in terms of the game of baseball here as well. The extra inning rule, it seemed to be pretty popular, a lot of excitement around it.
It was. I'm not even sure who came up with that overtime rule, Jeremy, but it has been fantastic for us. And it almost always leads to either a walk-off of some kind, a double play, and the fans love it. I love it because it gives us a finality. It makes sure that, all the kids are able to still run the bases. We're still able to have the fireworks. And I think the time limit rule as well has been very good because it really motivates the players to get to their positions. Of course, we have a pitch clock now. All these innovations are now coming to Major League Baseball as well. So it's been well received and great. And even with the players, more well received than ever, just in the sense of giving them that expectation, right? Sometimes in the past, we came up with rules and maybe we didn't properly explain it enough to the players, and they didn't quite understand our philosophy or where we were coming from. But this year, we've had no issues like that. We just tell them exactly what it was. Even on Friday night, I was urging both dugouts to get out to your position because we had to do our fireworks, and if we didn't, then we would have had to play the rest of the game after the fireworks, and, that's never perfect for anyone.
Right. Well, thanks for stopping by here today. Have fun. I'm sure it'll be a great game once again.
Yeah, and thank you very much for all that you do for the league as well, Jeremy.
Absolutely. It's been fun once again here in
Thank
year
you.
3 for me and everybody involved as well. Beavers and Unicorns coming up shortly on the USPBL Network. Much more pregame when we get back.
One thing that makes Detroit Mercy unique and different from other universities is that the faculty truly care about you and they're always there to help. Whether it's asking questions after class or going into the office hours, they're always there to lend a hand and really make you feel at home.
People are here to work together, and whether you have a question or you're discussing topics within the class, you can go up to your professor and they know your name. They're just willing to help you become a better overall student.
Detroit Mercy. Build a boundless future.
You hear about the promo that Jimmy's John's got going on? 5 off 20? How they pulling it off? Magic? You got David's Copperfields in there? Show yourself, Copperfields!
Jimmy John's. $5 off orders of 20 or more.
Welcome back to Jimmy John's Field, everyone. Getting closer and closer to first pitch of our championship game here today. Time to talk Beavers here today. In a moment, you'll talk to head coach of the Beavers, Vaughn Joshua. This is a team that's kind of risen, towards the top as the year went on. Great bounce back from last year. They're in the number 4 seed, number 2 seed heading into this year, and kind of challenged the 1 seed for a minute there.
Yeah, I mean, they, really tough start to the year, 2-9. At one point, their bats just weren't quite working. We knew the pitching was probably going to be good, but they were struggling with something a lot of the players where it was just getting into a rhythm, getting into a flow, getting through that first 3 weeks and kind of settling down. But with the bats not being as hot as some of the other teams, they really fell behind at the start. And then the college showcase was a much-needed kind of tryout for them to add some new guys and, bring some new blood onto the team. And that really changed the whole trajectory of the season for them. They got a lot of left-handed bats for a while there, and they brought in guys like Marcos Castillo, Luke Fenley, Wellington Guzman, J.D. Stubbs, guys that we'll see tonight who have made a very big impact on this team. Obviously, if you remember the catching struggles that they went through, I think they had 4 or 5 catchers start games in that first month. Felix Aberrett returns to the USPBL. I think it's been really understated how big of an impact he's had on this team. You know who's going to be behind the dish for them defensively. It's going to be Felix, and he's going to do his job. Not many balls are going to get by him. And, his hitting for average has been great this year. He had a home run last night to contribute to that win. He's really done a lot for this team, especially in the second half of the season, coming back here to Jimmy John's Field and making an impact.
Well, Vaughn Joshua is always a pleasure to talk to, just a baseball mind. He always has a lot to say about the game today and yesterday. Here's his interview with him.
Here with Vaughn Joshua, manager for the Beavers. Vaughn, you guys find yourself in the championship game again against a team that you guys, as you said, haven't necessarily fared well this season, but it is playoff baseball. Anything can happen in one game, and that's why we play. Talk to me about last night. We were wondering, would the 7 days of rest, the longest break you guys have really had this year, be a factor? And it seemed like it was in a positive way. 18 runs, a lot of home runs. You're obviously a big fan of hitting and have a lot to do with that. What was kind of going with the guys last night?
Well, you're right. That long break, I was kind of concerned, how the guys are going to react. It's a little different just taking batting practice all the time. But one of the things I did was, I changed the lineup up just a little bit. I wanted to put all the contact guys up toward the top of the lineup. I didn't realize that Ford's going to hit I put him at the top of the lineup because of his speed, and he hits 2 home runs. But that set the tone for us last night. It was good that we got to that Dearman, because take him out of the picture quick, and because he gets you out, strikes a couple of guys out, he's gonna be jumping around, dancing around and stuff. But it was just one of those things that that just a steamroller just started. Once we started, it was hard to stop. It was a little concerning once we got to 5 and they turned around and gave up the 3 runs at the top of the inning. But still, like I say, the guys were up, and they were all ready to play when they came yesterday, and it was a good feeling. Like I say, that was the most enthusiasm that I've seen on the club so far. So I think they really wanted to beat the Mammoths really bad. I don't know if it's a personal thing. I don't get involved in all that, but I know they wanted to beat Dearman real bad. So I think that's probably the main thing. But all in all, like I say, the young kids, they came through, and it was good to see. They did it at the right time.
Playoff baseball, certainly high emotions, and we've seen that through the first 2 games. You mentioned Travius Ford and the 2 home runs last night, a grand slam. He's had a really interesting story. When he got here and we saw him in spring training, immediately said, okay, this might be the fastest guy in the league. And then obviously his injury early in the year, he was a guy that, you and Josh were very excited about it and his growth. He said he was like a sponge, kind of taking in the information, and lost a lot of time. And even since he's come back, now up to 9 steals, he's still stealing bags, kind of like we thought he would, but also, hitting the ball very well too.
Actually, Paul Noche is the one that recommended. He was in the Cal League, and Paul saw some good things in him, and he thought I would be a good guy for him to come and work with. And like you say, he's a sponge, and he's one of those guys. He's a great athlete, but as far as baseball, since he's not that mature yet. But so every little thing like with a lot of the guys, I'll give them some suggestions, and they'll look at me, and go on about their business. But he sucks up, and every little thing I say to him, he goes up there and tries it, and it's really worked for him. But you're right, though. I was there when he got hit in the eye. That was the scariest thing. I was standing there, I just turned away for a second to see the hitter, and next thing I know, he's on the ground screaming. But yeah, we're glad to get him back at the right time. And yeah, he's the type of guy, that with the speed and everything, that could really kickstart your ball club. And that's what I wanted to do. I wanted to get him up there at the top of the order. I wanted to, I almost put Dakota at the top of the order, but I said, no, I'll put Ford there and then put Dakota second, see if he can get more pitches for them to pitch to him a little more. But it worked out good. Felix came through yesterday. I had a feeling that Felix was going to do something good yesterday, and he did. So it was a team effort, and like you say, the guys were a little excited. I had to try to keep them down. Don't get too excited in the 3rd inning.
Right.
It's a long ways to go. So, but like I say, it was a good win, and we're looking forward to playing the big guys today.
And so, the pitching last night was good with Zach Devin and some of the relievers. What do you guys need to do tonight to take home this trophy and stop the Unicorns from winning 4 in a row?
Well, gotta keep them off the base. With Zach last night, we had been talking to him a lot about his breaking ball. He seemed to get hit pretty good when he just goes up there and tries to challenge guys and everything. So told him, hey, man, go up there and just throw those guys all breaking ball. Brown, for example, every time we throw a fastball down around his knees, he hits it out of the ballpark. So I say, hey, throw him nothing but breaking balls. And so it paid off. But he has a good breaking ball. He's a little tired. He got a little tired quickly. But he kept us in there. Those last 3 runs really wasn't his fault, the bad hop and everything. But he did a great job for us. And Trevor did an outstanding. Those 2 innings that Trevor pitched, those are key for him to come out there and shut them down like that. So here again, like I said, the hitters hit, we played good defense, and the pitchers did well. So we're hoping that they repeat that performance today.
Well, we'll see pretty shortly if the Beavers can do that, knock off the Unicorns, who are going for their 4th in a row. Vaughn, thanks for being here. We really appreciate it. Best of luck to you, today. And we're coming up with more pregame after this.
Okay.
Slide into a new home. Work with a local mortgage pro who works for you. Get a cheaper, faster, easier home loan. Find a mortgage broker near you today at findamortgagebroker.com.
You hear about the promo that Jimmy's John's got going on? 5 off 20? How they pulling it off? Magic? You got David's Copperfields in there? Show yourself, Copperfields!
Jimmy John's. $5 off orders of 20 or more.
Welcome back to Jimmy John's Field on our extended pregame show here on the USPBL Network for Championship Sunday. Talk about the Unicorns now. They had obviously a very fantastic season, a 12-game win streak at one point in the first half of the year. That kind of set them up pretty well for the rest of the season.
Yeah, that'll do big in terms of separating apart when you don't play as many games in other leagues, but that also plays in your factors, right? Because you can stack up those wins early on and coast at the end. But I wouldn't really call it a coasting. I mean, they had that middle period where it's like, they're 500, or the Beavers going to catch them, or the Hoppers even going to catch them at one point. But then at the end of the year, they kind of finished strong, which I think ultimately is what you want to do, right? I mean, you want to get that good taste in your mouth heading into a game like this, and it feels like they do.
And they've had some of the best hitters in the league all season long. That helps pretty much, yeah?
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, Ari Sakopoulos, Drew Galassi, they've been back-to-back in the lineup. They split them up a little bit here, but just based off what the Beavers could do on the pitching side of things with lefties and righties and all that late in the game. And we're interesting to see what pitchers are available here today for these Beavers. They maybe threw a few more guys than they wanted to yesterday, but I mean, until that game was out of hand, it's really all hands on deck, and Crick was already warming up when the inning was getting out of hand. I mean, it was 11-5 before that, but it still didn't feel out of reach just based off what that game had been before. And, with Crick already warming up, they said, let's just put him in there and get him some work. And, those are 2 guys that, have gone more than 1 inning to this point as well. So you can expect them to bounce back here today, and, we'll see if the Beavers can come all the way to win this game today.
Well, you spoke with the Unicorns pregame. We've got that interview coming up. Championship Sunday, getting ready to get started here on the USPBL Network.
How do these business owners find the time for peace of mind? Because they rely on Tryon to handle difficult and time-consuming HR tasks like payroll, benefits administration, and more. Working with Tryon, one of the nation's top professional employer organizations, provides access to top-tier healthcare and employee benefit plans and its team of attorneys and HR experts. With Tryon, you don't have to grow it alone. Visit RelyOnTryon.com.
You can always rely on Tryon.
Well, you guys have waited. It seems like probably longer than you wanted, but it's good and bad, right?
Yeah, it's definitely got its pros and cons, but I think our team is mature and experienced enough to, run with those pros instead of the cons, so it should be exciting.
Well, you've stacked up your lineup, accordingly here today. Not a lot of changes, but what I want to hit on is kind of Attilis at the top, which seems like a good move, I guess, for you guys.
Yeah, he goes out there and he plays hard, and he's going to get on base. That's what he does. He doesn't matter. He'll take one for the team. He puts a ball in play. He runs hard, and that's all we can ask right now. If he hits a double, he puts himself in scoring position for, Galassi, Bolin, Childress, Sakopoulos. So he knows his role.
And Galassi has kind of been a versatile piece in your lineup. Obviously, he led off for a good amount of last year and a good amount of this year as well. You've been hitting him more in the middle of the lineup just to take advantage of that power? Or?
Yeah, a little bit. Have a little bit more protection for him too. Get some guys on base for him too. That's a big thing. You get someone who could, move as fast as, Achilles, he's going to get pitched differently. So,
right.
That was something that we, me and Jim talked about, and we definitely wanted to put him in the best position possible.
I know we talked on opening day, obviously you transitioning right from playing to managing, co-managing, whatever you want to call it. It didn't really feel normal to you at that point, kind of waking up the next day. Is it more normal now, or you're still getting used to it?
Yeah, I think I've gotten used to it. It's definitely, your body doesn't wake up with it as much aches and pains, which is a good thing. But, I think, I'm really liking this.
Yeah.
That's all I could really say about it.
Well, you got a lot of guys to learn from, right? Vaughn Joshua, Jim Essian, Paul Nochi, they're all experienced. They've played in the major leagues. They've coached in the major leagues. They've coached at different levels of minor league baseball. How good is that to lean on those guys?
Yeah, it's great. Even, Jelly and Cocky,
right.
Being able to communicate, with players in this league being so young, being able to, get the pro experience and how to manage and how to talk to these guys and being able to connect at that young age, but also bringing in, the major league experience and understanding how to go about your business at the professional level it's huge.
The key for you guys today is what you think?
Throw strikes and play defense. That's all we could do. We got to play a clean game, throw strikes. We got to gather 27 outs before they gather 27 outs. So, that's been clean baseball. That's all we can really ask for.
Well, the bullpen, all hands on deck. They're rested, obviously. They've had a chance some guys to throw on Thursday to give your hitters some live pitching or live pitching and live hitting. But I guess what do you expect out of your pitching staff here today?
I think they're all going to be Bulldogs. I think they know, a lot of them have pitched a lot of innings. They're tired, coming off of long, playoff seasons with their colleges. But, it's the last game of the season, last game of the summer. It's, we're all hands on deck, and you're going to leave your heart and soul out on that mound and all over the field. So that's all we can ask for.
On a day like this, how does the ball normally play?
That's going to be interesting. The wind's kind of blowing out a little bit, so it could be could go one or two ways. It's like I said, if we execute pitches, we keep the ball in the ballpark, good things are going to happen. So.
You got a guy in John Hodo who's been here and done that. He's been a part of the last 3 championship seasons here. He's made contributions in those, a game-winning catch, a game-winning hit, not of walk-off variety, but still, how much you lean on a guy like that?
Yeah, he's almost like a quiet leader. He doesn't really say much, but, he goes about his business, and, guys just, they tend to follow him. They, do what Hodo does, and it's, he's been in this league. He knows how tough it is. He knows how, mentally and physically exhausting this is, so it's definitely, Hodo's one of those guys that, you, from the start, you cling to him and you pick his brain. And, I'm fortunate he's such a good human being, too. So he takes it all, brings everyone under his wing.
Well, thanks for everything all season long. Good luck here today. His Unicorns looking for their 4th straight championship here in the USPBL. Can they do it? We'll see shortly. Lineups coming up here on the USPBL Network. Stick with us.
We're the financial champion of Michiganders. Whether you're a goal-getter
or dream chaser, an empty nester, or up-and-comer. Anyone in Michigan can bank with us. Michigan Schools and Government Credit Union.
Welcome back to Jimmy John's Field in downtown Utica, Michigan. Jeremy Otto alongside Brendan Shabat to bring you the call here today. So glad you could tune in as a part of your Sunday. It's the Unicorns and the Beavers, the 1 versus the 2, to decide another USPBL championship here today. This broadcast is brought to you by the following: Ascension, Belfour Property Restoration, Budweiser, DTE Energy, Fifth Third Bank, Jarbcom, Jimmy John's, Macomb Community College, McLaren Macomb, McQuaid Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Refrigeration, Metro Detroit Chevy Dealers, Pepsi, Scott's, and UWM. We thank all those partners for what they do for this league. Going to get to the starting lineups in just a moment here today. These are kind of 2 starting lineups that have shaped into what they are going to be as the last couple weeks have gone by. There's been a couple key tweaks to both of them, and we'll start with the visiting Birmingham Bloomfield Beavers here today. It's Travius Ford who will lead things off and play center field. Dakota McFadden bats second and plays left. Marcus Castillo just been the epitome of consistency this year. He plays third, or bats third and plays right. Luke Fenley will hit fourth and play second base. Felix Abarat back in the catching spot as he bats fifth. Eric Whitfield hits sixth and DHs. J.D. Stubbs, Wellington Guzman, and Cameron Collette will round things out as they send Lyle Hibbets to the bump here today. As for the home Utica Unicorns, Attilas, as we talked about with their co-manager Adrian Guzman, is at the top. That's kind of a late season change. Drew Glossi will bat second and play center. Malik Bolin bats third and plays left. It's Sakopoulos, Childress, and Lambert in the middle. De La Cruz, kind of the veteran addition to this lineup as other pieces have struggled down the stretch. He plays right field. Matt Parkinson will bat eighth and catch today. And John Hodo, the USPBL playoff championship veteran, I think is the good way to put it, will bat ninth and play second base here today as they send Riggleman to the hill. Take a peek at some of the numbers coming into this contest here today for these two teams. The thing that sticks out is that home run category, huh?
Yeah, certainly, and we know how big home runs are in playoffs, in playoff baseball. We saw it last night. We saw it on Friday. The teams that were able to hit the long ball and take it over the fence are the ones that were able to advance and move on. The Beavers had quite a few last night. One from Whitfield and Abarat. Ford obviously had 2, including the grand slam. It'll play a factor tonight.
Stolen bases, not as much as a story as for the Mammoths and some of the Hoppers as well coming into this game, but the Beavers definitely have some team speed. And when you even look at this Unicorns lineup, Attilas at the top, Galassi in the 2-hole. You can throw John Hodo definitely into that category. They have some speed along with the power as well.
Yeah, I mean, speed kills in the playoffs, and being aggressive on the base paths can really put you in a good spot to bring some runs home. And I certainly expect it to be a factor, not as big, like you mentioned, as maybe with the Mammoths or the Hoppers in some of the earlier games in these playoffs, but it should, have its effect today.
Well, the starting lineup's being announced to the crowd here today. As you take a look at the championship history, Birmingham Bloomfield, the last team to win before these Unicorns went on this nice little streak here. So the trend will continue. Either one of these teams will win here today, huh?
It's either going to be purple or red. Again, we'll see. Should be a good one, though.
Decent amount of Beavers gear floating around the ballpark. Unicorns are usually the most popular team, but I think the Beavers are rising stock as well. First pitch close between the Beavers and the Unicorns. USPBL championship game presented by Our Credit Union is next. Don't go anywhere.
Slide into a new home. Work with a local mortgage pro who works for you. Get a cheaper, faster, easier home loan. Find a mortgage broker near you today at findamortgagebroker.com.
You hear about the promo that Jimmy's John's got going on? 5 off 20? How they pulling it off? Magic? You got David's Copperfields in there? Show yourself, Copperfields!
Jimmy John's. $5 off orders of 20 or more.
For the final time this year, Jeremy and Brendan back with you here from the broadcast booth at Jimmy John's Field, getting ready to go in this championship game today. Riggleman on the mound, getting ready to tune up against this hot Beavers offense. I mean, you can talk about who's hot and cold coming to the playoffs, but the Beavers are hot. We know that from yesterday, huh?
Yeah, I mean, 18 runs, 4 home runs. They're certainly feeling good. Just hope it can carry over to today, but they're going to have to go against Adam Riggleman, who's been good for the Unicorns as of late. He's been one of their main starters, one of the only guys in the league who every outing he has been a start. He's comfortable in this position.
Take a look at his numbers checking into today. 4.65 ERA, 13 starts, 18 walks to 58 strikeouts. Has given up a decent amount for extra bases here today, so that's not something that you want to hear if you're the Unicorns, how yesterday turned out, but you never know on a day like this. We kind of discussed it on the pregame show with some of our managers on and off the field, but a day like this in terms of the weather can go either way. Maybe the ball flies, maybe it doesn't. We've not been able to chop a true science to either way, but we've certainly seen the ball die in this type of weather. We've also seen the ball sail, and it was sailing quite a bit last night.
Yeah, it certainly was. I think, we talked about it. There was a lot of energy, a lot of adrenaline. Maybe those home run swings didn't need much wind aid other than the Eric Whitfield one that was to one of the deepest parts of the park in left center by the light tower out there, but haven't had much wind today, so they're going to have to muscle up and hit them good.
And this is not a guy I want to face right now. Travius Ford, 2 home runs last night. Line drive solo shot to kick off the scoring, and then a grand slam to put the game out of reach late in a critical spot. Obviously, if the Mammoths wanted to come back in that game, they'd already been down. Riggleman rocks into the first pitch at 1:11 p.m. Fastball at 90 miles an hour, in for strike 1. 286 in the average column after yesterday. And that has slowly risen. I mean, it was kind of a slow climb after his injury. It dug himself in a little bit of a hole, but before the injury, he had started to get going by doing things just like that.
He's one of those players who the emotion of the game and the moment plays a factor in a positive way for Travius. I think coming back from his injury, it took an adjustment, but you could tell he was just so excited to be back. And I think that was part of maybe his little slow start. He was just excited to swing, put the ball in play and put the bat on the ball and get on base. And I think that led to a little bit of swing and miss. But since then, it's just been hits galore for Travius.
Talking about another guy that wears the emotions on his sleeve. This is one right here.
Yeah. And now they got to worry about some speed over there at first here in the first.
Outfielder's deep but straight up. Middle of the infield looking for a double play. First pitch to McFadden. Fastball off the plate outside. Castillo's on deck. It doesn't get any easier here. Just so many things to think about when that leadoff base runner gets on. 1-0 clips the corner for strike 1. And it's kind of interesting because the Unicorns have known that they were going to be in this situation for a while. So Riggleman has known he's going to be the starter in this championship game for a couple weeks. So that obviously can play a couple different ways. You think about it, you have a lot of time to think about it, even with an appearance or two in between.
And that can sometimes be a detriment, and obviously overthinking is a factor, but for most of these players on both sides, it's just about being present in this game and in this moment, doing what you need to do right now.
Ford is off. That one chopped foul. You can tell McFadden flustered he couldn't get that fair.
For Dakota, saw a pitch he liked, tried to put it in play. You can't worry about Ford over there at first. As the hitter, you have to just wait for your pitch and try to win this at bat. We talked about there's very few signs. Travius is going to go just whenever he does. McFadden just has to do his job.
Slight breeze blowing out to left field here. McFadden obviously has home run power. Waiting in the 1-2, slider by him.
It kind of elevated that slider. Not sure if that was intentional or not from Riggleman, but it gets the job done, and that's always a plus when you can send that man walking back to the dugout.
And it seems like that's more of the MO. If you can bury that pitch outside or maybe pull the string in the breaking ball after you've kind of pounded it with fastballs, that can get him out in front. As Riggleman looks forward back to the bag. Ready and ready here for Castillo. The pitch, fastball away. Four-seam fastball is the most variety of what he throws. Slider, curveball, mixes in a changeup once in a while as well, does Riggleman. It's a short lead for Ford. He doesn't need much. Inching off, and boy, that could have been closer if it was right on the back. Did that hit Travius?
Might have.
Or is he just kind of reacting to how he had to lunge awkwardly back to the back?
I think that hand back in might have clipped his elbow. That's what he's reaching for. Kind of awkward digging that hand back into the bag.
May even been his back as well. Hard to tell here on the replay. More towards the elbow, elbow or the hand. Let's get a second or third look at it here. Either way, he's still good to go. 1-0 on Castillo. Lifts that one foul. First inning and the whole playoff series brought to you by Our Credit Union. We thank them for their partnership with the USPBL over the years.
Wouldn't be surprised to see Travius go here in a 1-1 count. Riggleman's already picked off once this at bat.
Kind of leaning that way. Ooh, he bluffs, and a pitch out and a snap throw. But Ford back on the bag. He says, okay, now I see that.
Early chess match. We've seen Travius do this before. He will give such a benefit to his teammates at the plate with just the distraction that he causes over there at first base. I remember late in the season an at-bat for Luke Fenley, who got 2 free pitches on pitch outs because they were so worried about Ford over there at first. So now Castillo finds himself in a good, favorable 2-1 count because Travius baits the pitch out. An early chess match, always fun.
Man in motion again. Trickled right back to Riggleman. I don't think Castillo meant to make contact with that baseball. So Ford on second, and that's a huge second out for the Unicorns here in the first.
Yeah, important that they still are able to make that play. I think you're right, though, Jeremy. I think Castillo liked what he saw out of the hand, and then you factor in Travius running, and that pitch was not where Marcos thought it was going to be. Changed his mind at the last minute.
It's been kind of an interesting ride for this Unicorns team in terms of their pitching staff. That one hits the back of Fenley. He'll make his way to first, so first and second with 2 outs. Ever since opening day, they were like, we don't really have a true starting pitcher, or at least a couple that we're comfortable rolling out there. So they kind of went with bullpen days from the get-go. And we saw that a little bit throughout the year. A little less than we've seen in years past. But Riggleman, I'd say probably mid to end of the year, kind of have identified himself as that number one go-to guy. Keon Taylor, certainly the man under the bullpen that they love to go to as well.
Yeah, only 13 outings for Adam. He got here later, but they tried him out as a starter right away, and they immediately liked what they saw. It was a bit of a slow start for him, but he has really come around in his last 3 or 4, do a lot of good things for the Unicorns.
That's a huge balk right there as Ford moves to third, Fenley to second with some power at the plate and a 1-0 count to Aberrett.
That's big. It takes away the force out. We saw 2-out hitting be crucial last night for these Beavers. They did a nice job with it in those middle innings. Chance for Aberrett to get it started.
Whatever it was subtle. We didn't even catch it on our camera. We were on Aberrett as Lambert down at third. Will deposit it over to first, and the balk means nothing in the end. Strands the leadoff single, and the 2-out hit by pitch logs 1 strikeout in this first inning as well, so we're still deadlocked at 0s. Time to send it in the stands now to Chelsea Cooper.
Thank you, Johnny. Happy Sunday, fun day, everyone. What a beautiful day for an awesome championship game. I'm here at JT the Field Show, presented by Michigan First Government Credit Union, and he found a very, very special fan in the stands today. He found Teresa, and he gave Teresa a beautiful bouquet of flowers presented by Thrifty Florist. So thank you, JJ, and thank you, Thrifty. Johnny, back to you.
Time for your Freaky Fast Facts, now here on the USPBL Network. Last edition of these for this year. Canada eats more Kraft mac and cheese than any other nation in the world. Oh, interesting.
I'm coming up behind him, though.
You yourself.
Yeah.
Snakes can sense an earthquake from 75 miles away up to 5 days before it happens. Wow. 5 days. Wow.
There's an avenue for us to use that as technology to help, places in need when earthquakes are about to come.
Change your major.
Yeah.
The longer an animal yawns, the bigger its brain is. Is that true for us, too?
That's a little misleading. Does their brain grow the longer the yawn is sustained, or is that just they have a large brain, and because the brain is large, the yawn is also larger?
It grows every time they yawn, yeah, so it just pops out of their head.
Eventually.
Hibbett's on the mound to start for the Beavers here in the bottom of the first inning. It was interesting because we talked about this yesterday. There was no clear favorite, I guess, with how things wrapped up. I mean, they were doing things here and there. They had some relievers start an inning or two in a more of an opener-like scenario as the season came to a close. But we knew there were a couple avenues to go yesterday in terms of a start. And we had an inkling that it would either be Shea, who did not go. He's scheduled to be the first man out of the bullpen here today, or the man that they did go with, who was pretty effective and kind of kept them in that game at points where, it could have gotten out of reach, even for the Beavers at times, and Zach Devin, but they went with Devin, and today they go with Hibbett's. And they're putting a lot of trust in this new-ish right-handed arm here to the USPBL here today to at least go 3, but they're not putting it out of the question if he's hot to go 3, 4, 5, 6. I mean, they want to ride the hot hand here today.
Yeah, if these hitters are off balance on Hibbett's knuckle curve, and if he's locating the fastball well and able to throw strikes, there's really no need to take him out, especially with some of the other Beavers pitchers having thrown last night. We talked to Josh Hines, and he said everybody is hot, including Zach Devin in an emergency situation, but he only threw 71 last night. But obviously the goal is to have your starter go as long as he can. You just don't want to make the mistake of pulling him after it's too late. You want to kind of get ahead of that and be ready to say, okay, I think that's probably your last inning. We don't want you to come out and give up a couple base runners, a couple runs before we have to pull you.
1-0 on Attilas. Fastball high, 2-0 now. And you kind of bring up that point when it's too late. I think the last 2 days it hasn't been that. It's been the reliever that's come in with a jam. Carson Ferry a couple days ago gives up a grand slam. And then last night, Richley just kind of, obviously it was hard contact, and you probably have to fault him for it, but for 4 runs, probably not. He was very effective after that.
Yeah, he had 5 strikeouts and 6 batters after the grand slam. But, I think with Devin last night at least, he had the last inning, his 4th inning, was one that he gave up a couple runs, but you really can't fault the Beavers for that because he was really good through the first 3. Only had a couple hits given up.
Club to right, Castillo playing in, can't get that juggling catch. Attilas has speed, heads to second base easily, and a leadoff extra base hit for the Unicorns here in the first.
Boy, and he gets a loud cheer for that one as well. Some Unicorns fans here in the stadium.
Had a nice sit-down with Jim Estienne yesterday, kind of talking about how much of a pleasant surprise that this young man at second base has been for them this year. Started out mightily struggled at the plate, was pretty solid defensively, and then we've highlighted it many times, just getting back to his college routine, using that bat, which is a little bit, different distribution, in batting practice, and it's gone a long way, and he's hitting in the mid-300s.
Yeah, you love to see a player make an adjustment like that, and that's the mark of a true professional player and someone who has the potential to continue playing at the next level and keep rising through baseball. The guys that are willing to make the adjustments on the fly when they're struggling and something's not working are going to be the most successful in the future. And for Attilis, it was a strange adjustment because it was just getting back to what he used to do. So maybe in the future it's an adjustment where he has to change, his approach or his setup. But he's shown that he's willing to make it.
2-0, club to first. Stubbs can't get it. It trickles into right. Attilis around third base. Galassi to second. And the Unicorns are on the board here in the first.
Well, we're here in September. Jeremy, how many times do you think you've said that? Unicorns on the board here in the first. It's just been so good coming out of the gates, firing right away and getting early runs on. And that's critical to putting yourself in a good spot for your pitcher on the other side to be comfortable on the mound.
Here's Malik Bolin now. Talk about 300 hitters. He's at 328 heading into this game. First pitch to Bolin, fastball for strike one. Take a look at the defense behind Hibbets. Brought to you by Three Dimensional Services Group. It's McFadden in left, Ford in center, Castillo in right, Stubbs and Collette on the corners, Fenley and Guzman. Your double play combination with Aberrett behind the plate. Always brought to you by Three Dimensional Services Group. Prototype production proven. High fly ball to left center field. Chasing Ford back. Off the pole and gone! Two-run jack for Malik Bolin. Boy, has he been hot as the year's gone on.
You said it, Jeremy. He's always been a good bat. Kind of lost a little bit of power through the middle stages of the season, but lately he has really turned it on, and you can tell he's having fun, and that's what it's all about. The power showing up for Malik. Such an easy guy to root for. He's one of those other players who works in the stadium on the days off. Smart baseball guy, loves the game. Really fun to talk to. Good to see him have some fun here on Championship Sunday.
And the home run power doesn't go away. Here's Sikopoulos and Childress, murderer's row here is fastball in for strike one. Ari entering play today, 13 home runs. For the league lead, co-MVP along with Drew Galassi. Attilis, Galassi, Bolin, the top three in the lineup have already scored on the 0-1. High fly ball to left. That's going to hang up there, though. McFadden more towards the foul pole for the first down here in the first.
For Hibbets, you have to just get back to your pregame approach. It's still the first inning. There's still a lot of baseball left to be played. It's easy to look at this Unicorns lineup and see that scoreboard and the deficit and kind of get discouraged. Think maybe you need to change something. Not quite ready to change the game plan yet.
Childress looks at a fastball, high and tight, 1-0. So now how does Hibbets respond to this? And this is where you start to think, I mean, we talked about this yesterday, the overreaction compared to the, proactive. Yeah, we're going to stop this situation right here. I mean, 3-0 in the first inning is a big deal. Here's the 2-0 to Childress. High and in again. 3-0.
And this is where you get worried. Obviously, the Unicorns are going to hit. We've seen it all year long. But when your starting pitcher loses the command a little bit, then you have to start thinking about it.
Fluttering pop-up, short center field. This is in the Bermuda Triangle as Ford comes and snags it for the first out, or the second out, I should say.
That's a big out. That's one of those pop-ups that we've seen drop a number of times as the season has gone on. Those can always come back to bite you. With such a short leash for Hibbets, I'm sure Von Joshua and Josh Hines are thinking about what they want to do with the bullpen right now. You obviously have to let him finish this first inning and then ask him about it. What you want to see is a change from that last at-bat to Childress. Attack hitters with the fastball, keep them off speed with that curve, be in the strike zone. You know, he's skipped a few curves in there. You don't want to see that.
Quickly 0-2 on Lambert. They'd love to get out of the inning right here. He's hit a couple balls sharply, just like that, though. Late down the first base line. Been working quickly despite the damage. The 0-2 again looped foul. How about the hometown Lions? They've got a 7-0 lead over the Eagles to begin that game. Jared Goff 3 for 5, just short yardage thus far. DeAndre Swift 3 carries, 67 yards. Jamal Williams has their touchdown. Here's the 0-2. Fastball outside. 1-2 on Lambert.
Sure, Ford Field is rocking right now. You know what I saw on Twitter before our game here?
What's that?
Eagles fans applying sunscreen before entering the stadium. I don't think someone told them it's indoors.
Seriously?
Yeah.
That's funny.
And even, I mean, like, it's bright, and if you were going to be out here today for 8 or 9 hours, I would understand it. But it's like it's overcast. You know, the sun's not shining.
2-2 nipped off the end of the bat. He stays alive here. I mean, it doesn't even look like one of those stadiums that, you know, could possibly have a roof. I mean, it's a big.
It's quite obviously enclosed just from looking at it, yeah.
It doesn't retract. It's pretty clear it doesn't do that. 2-2. Slider in the dirt. It wiped out on Lambert, and that will get him out of the inning. Not without a little bit of damage. Double. Single in an air and a 2-run bomb to left field by Malik Bolin off the stanchion of the scoreboard in left center. 3-0 Unicorns.
I'm all in with HR and Organizational Development Council.
I'm all in with Marketing and Business Development Council.
I'm all in with Operations and Member Experience Council.
I'm all in with CEO Council.
I'm all in with Lending Council.
I'm all in with CFO Council.
I'm all in with Technology Council.
Our credit union is all in with CUNA Councils.
They call me Prospects. Since the day I was born as a diver's watch, the challengers of the world have taught me many things. Life is not a numbers game. It's about challenging ourselves. No matter what happens, just follow your heart. These pioneers drive our generation forward. Not by setting records, but by never giving up. Keep going forward. Prospects.
Available at Lucido Fine Jewelry.
Eric Whitfield, who had one of the home runs last night, 104 between the two teams, will take a big rip at that one and hit it back to the screen.
He's been the DH pretty much this entire last month of the season for the Beavers. He's a reliable fielder. I think Vaughn and Josh just really like how he's been as the designated hitter and the way this lineup has shaped up in the last 30 days.
The 1-1 here. Hanging breaking ball. Attilis calls for out number 1. Check the defense behind Riggleman here today. Didn't get to it in the first inning. Brought to you by Three Dimensional Services Group. It's Bolin in left, Galassi in center, De La Cruz out in right, Sikopoulos and Lambert on the corners, Hodo and Attilis up the middle with Matt Parkinson behind the plate. Always brought to you by Three Dimensional Services Group. Prototype, production, proven. First pitch to Stubbs off the plate outside. No doubles depth for the corner infielders. Outfield pretty deep and spread out. Most of them have been deep today, regardless of the batter. That one just nips the corner for strike 1. Change up there from Riggleman. Outside, 2-1 on Stubbs. So Stubbs, Guzman, Colletts, the bottom 3 in the order today for the Beavers. Back in the first inning, leadoff single by Ford. That kind of lit up the brain of Riggleman maybe. Extra attentive. He ended up on third base. Then a hit by pitch by Fenley put 2 runners in scoring position after the balk. But Aberrett grounded out and no damage was done. By this time yesterday, the Beavers already had a home run and a 2-run lead after the first inning. 3-2 in on the hands. They were the home squad yesterday. The visiting squad today. Unicorns the 1 seed, Beavers the 2 seed. That really, in terms of home field advantage, is all that matters.
Yeah.
Who gets to bat last. Close pitch. Previous one on the inside corner called a strike, but that one taken for ball 4.
It's a good at-bat from Stubbs. Sometimes you can see players let what happens in the field defensively affect them at the plate. Stubbs had that misplay over there at first in the last half inning when the Unicorns scored 3. But he takes a nice at-bat here, is patient, works it to a full count, heads over to first.
It's exactly what they need right now, though, especially when you're looking at the bottom half of the lineup. Fly ball to center, look out. Galassi chasing, looking, gone! 3-2 here in the second.
Well, how about Wellington Guzman? That thing's 400 feet over the batter's eye on 1 pitch. That orange bat has been flaming hot for him. He's been really good lately. Good to see that, too. He had that shoulder injury at the end of the season that sidelined him for a couple games, and it came back, and he started a game and then missed the rest of it, I think, after the 3rd inning. Clearly feeling good, though.
3rd home run of the year, none bigger. Boy, you could really start to question, how is this game going to go?
Yeah.
And with a tough guy on the mound who did a decent job in the first inning after you put 3 on the board, and frustrating fashion in some regard because obviously he had the leadoff man get on and then the ball misplayed at first and the rocket home run. Here's the 1-1, swing and a miss. You do have to question, though, which team is going to be better off dipping into the bullpen. And you might say on the surface, oh, it's the Beavers, but you also have to look at last night and their usage. And, yeah, those guys are going to have to go back-to-back, which is not a normal thing to do here in this league. There's the second out.
Again, we're swimming into uncharted waters here with championship weekend. We haven't had this many days of rest. We haven't had, bullpen pitchers gone 2 days in a row very much. Hibbets has only started a few games for the Beavers, so it's really about what you think these guys are going to give you just as baseball players. It's less about, how much rest this guy has and whatnot. It's does he have the mental capacity? Does he have the mental fortitude and just the gamesmanship, the competitiveness to go out there and be the best he can and try to put your team in a good spot?
Back-to-back really good change-ups there by Riggleman. We'll see what he goes with. Maybe the high fastball, the 0-2. No. 3 change-ups in a row as he buries forward on the outside corner. His 3rd strikeout here today. Different complexion to this game, though. It's 3-2.
Every summer, my family loves to have a neighborhood movie night in our backyard. And with my Chevy Blazer, I can head out and get everything we need for a great night. It has plenty of room for picking up friends, and the available hands-free liftgate is perfect for loading unhandy supplies. You know, it may be movie night, but my Blazer is the main attraction wherever I go.
Lease a 2022 Blazer 2LT for just $239 a month for 24 months. Put it in D and see why Chevy drives the Motor City.
Check your checking. If your account doesn't get you pumped, amped, or geeked, make the switch to Genius Checking from Genesis Credit Union. It's just genius.
You hear about the promo that Jimmy's John's got going on? 5 off 20? How they pulling it off? Magic? You got David's Copperfields in there? Show yourself, Copperfields!
Jimmy John's. $5 off orders of 20 or more.
Slide into a new home. Work with a local mortgage pro who works for you. Get a cheaper, faster, easier home loan. Find a mortgage broker near you today at findamortgagebroker.com.
Well, right now you can pre-order your USPBL championship gear for either the Beavers or the Unicorns. Head to uspbl.com/shop/2022 champs.
Don't make that order too soon.
I know, right? You could just wait a few hours and then,
yeah,
then you'll be good. You
right. I'm sure they've got a few printed off already for both sides for the ceremony after, but if you're a fan at home, you don't want to make that mistake. Don't want to jinx it. You also don't want a shirt that is inaccurate. And who knows how this game is going to go. Every playoff game we've had so far, for the majority of the game has been back and forth. Really, in all of these playoffs, it's been 3 innings that really haven't been.
Seven, 8, 9 due up for the Unicorns here in the second. De La Cruz looks at a fastball outside. 6-batter first inning against Hibbets. Started with a double, then an error mixed in, and a home run. All 3 at the top of the lineup scored. But then, caveat to that, Hibbets kind of reeled it back in, got a couple outs via contact and a strikeout to Lambert. The 2-0. Fastball away.
Looks like Shea might be in the bullpen, not throwing, but he's milling around in there for the Beavers. And this is another 3-0 count for Hibbets.
Guzman cuts it off across his body for the first out. It is kind of an interesting area now. Obviously, you want to continue to ride what you felt like you just gained back. I mean, because the game felt like it was a little bogged down to begin things here today. 3-0. The Unicorns with the lead. And the big 2-run shot that just kept carrying and carrying to center field. That's Guzman. Yeah, how about that spot? Right in between the signage.
Did he go get that Guzman home run?
He might have.
Probably in a good spot for it.
Yeah. That's just to the left of the flag where it landed over the batter's eye. Not sure if it cleared the second fence out there or not.
Yeah, it might have. He hit that thing pretty good.
Which if it did, it probably fell into the Clinton River out there.
Yeah. That's definitely one of the longer home runs this year.
On my walk in, I mean, given this was 10:30 a.m., but there were some kayakers rolling down the Clinton River here this morning.
It's a good way to start your Sunday morning.
Yeah, a little exercise.
Yeah.
You doing that after the game, or?
No. We go watching some football, hopefully. Relaxing.
Here's the 1-0. Clubbed foul. Attila's the top of the order on deck. He doubled to begin the game offensively for these Unicorns. Now the 1-1. Hit fair, just tucking inside the line. Hodo's got speed, look out. He's chugging to second, on his way to third. A rare triple in the USPBL is here in the championship game. And there's the Hodo contingent.
You said it, Jeremy, a rare one. We don't see those very often. That's kind of the spot you have to put it. Bury it down by that right field foul pole. 320 away from home plate, and you still have to have enough speed to go along with it to get all the way over to third, and Hodo does, and that's a big one with 2 outs in the top of the order coming up.
And this is just a guy, when you want to punch in a run by just hitting one back up the middle, this is your guy right here.
Yeah.
Him and Galassi.
Or in the gaps, too, with Attilis. He's been so good in the gaps this year.
First pitch slider off the plate outside.
Now Shea's starting to throw.
Yeah, my thought was if you have 1 run, yeah, maybe you think about bringing him in. If you score 2 runs in this inning, if you're the Unicorns, definitely really ponder taking him out because you're going to get that length possibility out of Shea. He has transitioned more to the bullpen, so he hasn't gone 5-6 in a while, but got to imagine he could here today if need be. Here's a fly ball to left center field, not carrying as much as the others. Ford snagging that up against the wall. No, he didn't. He dropped it. Not sure he ever had it. Now Ford is hurt out there. He banged into the stanchion between the wall, the yellow line, and the netting out in that direction.
Yeah, he took a bit of a strange route to get there. Elected to go back towards the wall and run along it to try to get behind the baseball. And with 2 outs, you kind of just have to straight line it for that spot you think it's going to be at. He might have saved a home run, though, with at least getting his glove on it. Just wasn't able to come down with it as he connected with the wall.
And that might be the same arm, shoulder, hand, whatever
Elbow,
it might be
yeah,
that's hurting him right now, that he got hit with the baseball in the pickoff earlier. Gosh, that's another ball, though. I did not think, number one, that it would carry. Number two, that it had any chance to get out.
Yeah, it just didn't look that way off the bat. Kind of surprising.
This damage with 2 outs as Galassi swings through it. 4-2 Unicorns. That's a big run after the Beavers had just dug back and scored 2 the last half. Now the 0-1. Fouled back to the screen. Just to let everyone know as well, we are playing a full 9 here today, regardless of timing. That's how it's been the whole way in the playoffs thus far. Attilis, short lead at second base. Guzman behind him. Now the 0-2 with 2 outs. Fly ball to the gap in right center field. Ford trying to cut it off. Dives. Can't get it. Dribbles past him. Galassi on his way to second. He's driven in Attilis. It's now a 5-2 Unicorns advantage.
Pretty unlucky for Travius Ford. You really can't fault him for either of those last 2 fly balls. Really tough to get to. He has the closing speed to be in the area to make the play. And I like the effort trying to dive and end this inning and save a run. That's just put in a really tough spot. Nice gap shot by Galassi.
I'm not sure he's 100%. Just kind of looking at him going back to his spot.
He's kind of holding that arm in that rib area.
It's a lot of deep breaths, it seems like, out there as well right now.
Really hope he can be well enough to stay in this game and in this lineup. He's already got a hit. Got to second on what wasn't a stolen base, but probably is a double play if he wasn't running on the pitch.
Galassi on second. Here's the 0-2. Change up away. That was a pretty good fastball to set up that change up the pitch before. Triple, double, double. Hodo, Attilas, Galassi combining on that effort. For a 5-2 Utica lead here. Now the 1-2. Fastball, same spot. Looked at it, maybe a little bit more outside. Bolin thinking just that. Hibbets digs out of the jam. 2 more score, and the lead back to 3 for Utica here.
There are things you can rely on in this world, like your dog being happy to see you, coffee getting you through the day, and the government changing business regulations. And when it comes to navigating those regulations, you can rely on Tryon and its team of attorneys. Tryon can also tackle time-consuming HR tasks like payroll and employee benefits, so you can stay focused on growing your business. With Tryon, you don't have to grow it alone. Visit RelyOnTryon.com.
You can always rely on Tryon.
We joined Green Path and instantly felt a support around us.
They developed a plan on paper, and this is how we're going to do it.
The plan that they gave me was something that was sustainable. It was something I could do. It was actually lowering my payments monthly by hundreds of dollars.
Choosing Green Path is a no-brainer.
Here comes Riggleman with another padded lead here. Went down from 3-0 to 3-2 after the second. Big time 2-run shot by Wellington Guzman made it that. And then 3 extra base hits in a row, all staying in the ballpark for the Unicorns, now making it 5-2.
Just the way this game has gone. Likely see a new Beavers pitcher on the mound next inning, which can change the swing of things. But it sort of feels like this is an inning at the plate, at least for the Beavers, that they need to respond. You really don't want to let that lead blossom any more than it already has. Have to come back and fight, put some runs up on the board for yourself, stay in this game. The momentum has been key in each of our first 2 playoff games. The swings have been big.
1-2 here on McFadden. 2, 3, 4 due up. McFadden, Castillo, Fenley. Here's the 0-2, little looper. And if today is any indication, things like that are going to drop.
Yep. And that's okay. It doesn't matter how McFadden gets it, how anybody gets it. They just need base runners right now. It's about the next man up.
Castillo, for one today, just chopped one right back to Riggleman. Didn't look very comfortable in that at-bat. That check swing, and especially, just kind of right back to the mound. Didn't want to swing at it. Fastball off the end of the bat there. Outfield deep against this bat. He's got 3 home runs this year and 4 doubles. Change up in on the hands. Took it for ball 1. Some really good change-ups to Travius Ford at the end of that second inning. 3 in a row to strike him out.
Yep.
Got some good little late fade on him as well. 1-1. Took a heave at the fastball high. Bolin, Galassi, De La Cruz in the outfield. Lambert, Attilis, Hodo, and Sakopoulos left to right in the infield with Parkinson catching the tosses. He sets up outside. Here's the 1-2. Breaking ball that hung. Good play by Lambert. Feeds to second. Taylor made double play.
That's big for Riggleman to get 2 there in the middle of the order. Beavers had a chance to break this inning open. Unicorns just had a couple hits with 2 outs though last inning. We talked about it earlier. That's what the Beavers are going to have to do. Back against the wall in some of these innings, keep it alive and bring a couple runs around.
So here's Luke Fenley. He was hit by a pitch. That was on the first pitch he faced back in the first. Fly ball to right. De La Cruz sprinted back now. Jackknifes in and able to make the catch. And what is an easy inning for Riggleman in the end. Strands the leadoff single after the double play. That's your 5th third out of the game, brought to you by 5th Third Bank here this afternoon. Now time for JJ the Warner Boy, presented by Michigan First Credit Union.
One final time.
I think he just does this at home. You think they have that little baseball basket around to go through the motions?
What if it's like his favorite plush toy? He just carries it around all day. Wouldn't that be awesome?
Now down to Chelsea Cooper.
All right, thanks, Johnny. Guys, it's time for my very last CTE Kids Race the Mascot of the season, and I got the best contestant. Her name is Eloise. She told me she's ready to race Lancelot and beat him. Right, Eloise? That's right. She's not even going to fist bump you. It's ready. All right, guys, on your mark. Get set. Go, Eloise. Oh, that's right. She's racing fast. Eloise, you better keep it up. He's picking up the pace. Oh, she's rounding second. This is a playoff crowd. I expect you guys to cheer Eloise on as she's coming home. Oh, Lancelot almost tripped. Uh-oh. Come on, Eloise. Give me that high five. So close. Almost. Good job. Good job, Eloise. Good job, sweetheart.
Your DTE Energy Kid Race the Mascot here today, and as predicted, Austin Shea on the mound.
I gotta touch on that mascot race though, Jeremy, real quick. You know, I've been harsh on the mascots all year long, and rightfully so. They've been pitiful in their performances time and time again. But Lancelot showed a lot of heart today in what could be his final race, and I really like that. He still lost, but it was good.
Kind of blew a tire around the third base line.
Yeah,
You know?
that's what did him in. Eloise had some speed though. Credit to her. But yes, as we expected, Shea will take over. I'm interested to see how long he'll go. You know, we've seen him go 6 or 7 before. I don't think that's what the Beavers are looking for. That's not my expectation. But if they can get 3 strong innings and keep this game at least with a 5 on the board for the Unicorns, that'll be pretty good for them.
Third inning brought to you by Budweiser here today. We thank Budweiser for their partnership with the USPBL network. Austin Shea, 4-seam fastball, slurve, and a changeup. Uses those 2 secondary pitches pretty evenly. There you go. 7-7 now.
The Birds get on the board.
How did that happen? Did you see?
I did not. I do have it pulled up here, but obviously got bigger things on my mind.
Jalen Hurts, it looks like he scored. He's got 8 carries, 52 yards. A.J. Brown, 4 receptions for 62 yards.
Is that Western Michigan A.J. Brown?
Might be. It did ring a bell when people were talking about it the other day.
I know he was with the Titans. I don't know if that's the same A.J. Brown or if I'm thinking of the wrong person.
First pitch to Sakopoulos in for strike one. Ole Miss, A.J. Brown.
Yep. PJ, our director, just corrected me with Corey Davis. That's who I had in mind.
Now the 0-1 outside. 1-1 on Sakopoulos. Fly ball to left back in the first inning. Just one that kind of hung up there.
You know what it is? We have an AJ at Western Michigan, you and I. I don't know if he's still there. AJ Thomas.
Yeah,
he played football for them. U of D kid.
He was kind of a late bloomer in terms of football. More of a basketball athlete before he transitioned over to football. One and two on the lefty here. Shea looking to start on the right foot. Fastball froze him just below the knees, says the umpire.
Just with a capital J. And a couple U's.
Now the 2-2. Outside again, heavy dose of the fastball thus far. That's what Shea likes to do, though, to kind of establish his rhythm. Then he'll bring in the other pitches. As we mentioned, was more of a reliever at the end part of the year. Had a couple rough starts that they decided it was time to maybe have him change a pace and relieve. Well, most pitches close in that at bat, but he does work a walk. It's, I guess, the okay part of the lineup to do that in terms of speed, but one swing of the bat can make this 7-2 as well.
Might be a little resentment in his mind as well for that 1-2 pitch that he didn't get called.
Hopping secondary there for Sakopoulos. This is popped up. Ford, Fenley going out. Fenley with a basket catch. Fires to first. Not in time. What a catch. That's on a ball that's incredibly hard to track.
That's a great play by Luke Fenley. I watched him right off the bat. He put his head down, turned, and sprinted into center field because he knew he couldn't try to track that ball and jog slowly towards it. He turned, darted for center field, tried to get under where he thought it was going to be, was close enough to make that over-the-shoulder catch, which is also just so difficult to do. That's a great play all around, and he made it close at first.
Sakopoulos moving. Aberett can't get it out of the glove, and Ari will steal a base. Is that his first?
I've got third.
Okay.
But yes, not very many for Sakopoulos.
Didn't
good
bother
heads
to
up.
write it down.
good heads up from him to, I think pay attention to Shea, who was not paying attention to Ari at first, and for good reason. Not known for stealing bases, but now you put yourself in scoring position.
Galassi and Hodo, really the two guys that run a lot. Hodo 10 for 12, Galassi 7 for 8. Ari is 3 for 3. A little bit of the surprise element probably on most of those. Here's the 1-1 to the righty. Fastball, strike two. De La Cruz on deck. He grounded out earlier. Lambert here struck out swinging to end the rally in the first, where they scored 3. 2 more in the second after 3 extra base hits. Beavers really looking to limit the Unicorns here. Off the end of the bat, Slurve there, his first breaking ball today.
I think a lot of confidence can be drawn from this inning for Shea if he can get out of it and put a 0 on the scoreboard. Go through the heart of this order. Know that next time you come out, you're facing the bottom and maybe a lineup flip.
That bounces right back to Felix. Sakopoulos read it well, though, and he's on his way to third. And speaking of home runs, this guy has 6 to his credit as well.
Yeah, Lambert's really turned it around lately. He struggled kind of through July and at the beginning of August. He's brought his average up, hitting for power a little bit more. He's always had that kind of sneaky power where it seemed like, every other week or once every 2 weeks he'd get one to leave the ballpark.
Castillo sees Sakopoulos tag. This throw aired out. Not going to make it there, though. And Ari will score run number 6. 20th RBI of the year for Lambert as well.
Did what you needed to. That's a good at-bat from Lambert. 2 strikes, was behind the entire time. Just put it out in the air deep enough to score the run. And credit to Sakopoulos for getting to second base with that surprise steal and then reading that wild pitch well enough to make it to third.
You saw James Crick in the bullpen there. I'm sure they're not thinking about bringing him in right now, but he is hot today after going yesterday. So is Nick Shaw. The 2 back-end bullpen pieces that have been really good this year. Aberrett rips the mask off. Long way to go in that zigzag area, able to make the catch. And the Beavers able to limit the Unicorns to just 1 more. They've scored 3 in the first, 2 in the second, and 1 here in the third to surmount a 6-2 lead. Brendan has the play-by-play when we get back.
Adam Riggleman continues his start here on Championship Sunday between the number 1 seeded Unicorns and the number 2 seeded Beavers here in the 4th inning. It's been a run or more in every inning for the Unicorns. They lead it 6-2 at the moment. It'll be Aberrett, Whitfield, and Stubbs, 5, 6, and 7 hitters in the 4th for the Beavers. First pitch, fastball smoked but foul. Felix grounded out his first time up. Mentioned the home run he had yesterday. Pops this one up. Will get out of play. His home run was a 2-run shot in the 5th. That made it a 7-5 ball game. That was the first one that, gave the Beavers the lead again after it having been tied. And it just broke open after that, 4 in the 6th and 7 in the 8th for the red and blue to win that game and move on to today. The 1-2 outside. Another one that skips in the dirt for Riggleman, makes it a full count. He hasn't had too many 3-ball counts today. I count this as just being the second one. Smoked deep out to left. That one's on a line. Does it have enough carry? It does! For the second time in as many games, Felix Aberrett sends 1 yard, puts another one on the board for the Beavers.
To answer your question, I think most do, regardless of what they look like now.
Yeah. Have enough carry?
Yes.
Boy, that one got out in a hurry. Smoked it on a line that cuts the deficit to 3 runs with nobody out, and Whitfield, who also had a home run last night, stepping up to the dish. We knew they weren't going to go away quietly. And if the trend continues, should be a 0 on the board in the bottom half of this inning for the Unicorns. 3-2-1 are their run totals in the first 3 innings as Whitfield just puts this one right back up the box. Good piece of hitting with 2 strikes. He gets a single to center.
It's exactly what you want, guys rolling when, you know, all these guys necessarily haven't been clicking at the same time throughout the season, but it feels like a lot of these Beavers are clicking at the right time, doesn't it?
Now Stubbs is due up. He's the 7-man in the lineup tonight. There's already been production from the bottom of the order. Stubbs walked, and then he was plated on the Wellington Guzman 2-run blast back in the 2nd inning. Cam Collette, the 9-hole hitter, struck out after that. Slim lead for Whitfield at first. He's 1 for 2 on stolen bases this year, not a threat.
I think you're going to see these outfielders play exactly where they have, maybe even a step or 2 deeper, but we've seen a lot of them on the edge of the warning track, as Bolin and De La Cruz are right now.
Galassi is about 8 or 9 steps off the track. Bolin and De La Cruz 3 or 4, all straight up.
And traditionally, center field has played a little bit more shallow here throughout the year. Galassi, maybe the one exception to that. He can come in, go back. He does it all, but
he'll get anywhere. Defensive Player of the Year this year in the USPBL, Drew Galassi. Also a co-MVP with his teammate Ari Sakopoulos.
Stubbs had a nice at-bat his first time around. Took some close pitches. There have been a lot of borderline pitches called for balls here today. Similar strike zone to last night.
It was a very tight one last night. 2-1 and on the hands and fouled. It was a tight one last night except for, was it Thomas or Caruso? Someone on the Mammoths had a tough at-bat where they went down on, I think it was Bagneski. That's who it was.
Yeah.
Back-to-back strikes low and away that were probably not. That one's hit out into center pretty high and hanging for Galassi. He'll squeeze it. That's just the first one, though, here in the top of the 4th. 1-on-1 down for Guzman.
And that Bagneski at bat looks like it was back in the 8th.
Yep.
Morales, actually Dwayne Jr. and Bagneski struck out back-to-back after they had gotten a base runner on. And to some extent it fell out of reach. I don't think it was fully out of reach still until that game was over, but the padding of the Beavers did certainly put it out of arm's reach.
Yeah, that was in the top of the 8th before the Beavers had scored 7. So it was already a 6-run ball game, but you never know. Back-to-back strikes. That one off speed from Riggleman. Ahead in the count 0-2. Could use a big out here. Maybe even a double play. Whitfield is the runner at first. Up the middle. Off of Riggleman's ankle. This is going to be a tough play for Lambert. Throw to first. No, pulled second. Oh, they got him. Wow. Oh.
I don't think he was on the bag.
I don't think so either, Jeremy. And there's no challenge. That's going to be the second out. Whitfield is safe at second base. Credit to Lambert for making it close over there at first. Brings up Collette. Looking at the replay there.
The angle isn't at best, but I don't think he was close to really being on the bag there.
I didn't think he was live.
What a bad bounce, though, from the get-go. That could have been disastrous. Off the foot.
One framed in there for strike one. And for Guzman, you almost wish it missed Riggleman and maybe had a chance to get all the way back up the middle. And again, Riggleman ahead, no balls and 2 strikes for the 3rd time this inning. Whitfield was able to punch a base hit into center after behind 0-2, and then obviously Guzman with that ground out. Yeah, I just looked again. I think he's safe. Could prove critical here. The 0-2. Swing and a miss. Tipped into the glove for strike 3. It does. Riggleman gives up a solo shot and a base hit, but nothing more. The Unicorns still hanging on to their 6-3 lead. They'll be batting in the 4th after the break.
Why are all these business owners smiling? Because they rely on Tryon to handle difficult and time-consuming HR tasks like payroll, benefits administration, and more. Working with one of the nation's top professional employer organizations provides access to top-tier healthcare and employee benefit plans and Tryon's team of attorneys and HR experts. With Tryon, you don't have to grow it alone. Visit RelyOnTryon.com.
You can always rely on Tryon.
One thing that makes Detroit Mercy unique and different from other universities is that the faculty truly care about you and they're always there to help. Whether it's asking questions after class or going into the office hours, they're always there to lend a hand and really make you feel at home.
People are here to work together, and whether you have a question or you're discussing topics within the class, you can go up to your professor and they know your name. They're just willing to help you become a better overall student.
Detroit Mercy. Build a boundless future.
Six to 3, Unicorns lead it. They're batting here in the bottom of the 4th with Parkinson, Hodo, and Attilis, 8, 9, and 1 hitters. Going against Shea. Came in to relieve Hibbett's last inning. Did walk a runner and give up a run on a sac fly. First pitch to Parkinson. Low for ball 1 with the fastball. Matt lined out to shortstop his first time. Well struck into center. Ford didn't have to move much. Stays planted for the first out. Hibbett started this game for the Beavers. He would go 2 complete innings, 6 hits and 5 runs, so a shorter day for him, not what the Beavers were hoping for. He pitched pretty well. It's just the Unicorns are such a potent lineup. It's hard to gauge, who really was at fault. Were the Unicorns at fault for hitting the ball so well, or was Hibbett struggling? Ooh, that one up at the tower for Hodo. I think that hit him on the head, and Shea asking for some forgiveness, obviously unintentional. Looks like that might have been an off-speed pitch. Hodo will head down to first. See his family there, making sure he's okay. Looks that way.
hit him in the shoulder.
Yeah, he might have got that shoulder up to protect him. He's got speed. They got to worry about it first. That one's up and in on Attilis. Hodo 10 for 12 this year. Snatching bags.
It's kind of the dangerous part of the lineup to get a little erratic with. You get 2 base runners on, you get another ball out of the yard, and all of a sudden the game's out of hand again. A 3-run lead can become a 6-run lead just like that.
You have to be very careful defensively as well. Any errant throws can lead to many extra bases with all this speed. Hodo, Attilis, Galassi, all consecutively. Galassi's on deck. He'd be next barring a double play, which is certainly what Shea's looking for, but behind 3-0, he just needs a strike. Don't want to walk Attilis and bring up Galassi. And that one skips in. That's ball 4.
Galassi today has already been pretty successful, single and a double.
An RBI on each of those as well. Beer batter of our championship game, and they picked the right guy, huh?
And not a...
Are there extra points for RBIs and runs scored, or is it just hits?
That's a good question. I think it's just hits.
Well, he's already got 2. This will be his 3rd at-bat plate appearance, I should say.
That was Galindo who's grabbed a ball down there. That is the last thing the Beavers wanted to do right now after taking out their starter after 2 innings.
Inside misses the corner. Yeah, they don't want to be on their 3rd pitcher in the 4th or 5th, certainly. You need Shea to find a way out of this jam right now. That's now 7 pitches in a row outside the strike zone for Austin Shea. This was the struggle that he had early in the season, the walks, and they were those ones that can kind of compound and derail an entire inning for him. A few walks in a row. Kind of getting in his own head. That one finds the zone with the slurve. Back in there for strikes. Speed at every base for the Unicorns. It's Hodo at second, Attilis at first, and Galassi at the dish. That wind still blowing pretty stiff out into left field. 2-2. Popped up high on the infield. Guzman calls for it. On the infield fly, runners stay. That's the second out.
That is a huge advantage right there. You saw how frustrated Galassi is. He just doesn't do that. I mean, he doesn't strike out too much, walks at a decent clip. More often than not, putting the ball in contact in play, but you have one more hurdle to get through. He's pretty hot himself. Did strike out his last at-bat, but a big-time home run the first time around.
This guy already homered today. Malik Bolin. 2-run jack in the first inning. That was the 5th overall this year for him. Inside, 2 balls, no strikes.
The sun has been struggling to come out here today. It's still pretty overcast all over the ballpark right now, but it's trying to come out. It's definitely made it brighter.
Yeah, a
it's
couple
from
times
behind us right now.
Yeah, right now. Maybe just a little bit above. Slurve. And 3 balls, no strikes on Malik Bolin. That was a big pop out for Shea to get on Galassi. But he's still struggling with the command. That fastball finds its way in for a strike.
Well, he's got to find a way to get out of it right here. You don't want Sakopoulos to come up with runners on base. You'd like to at least get one more inning out of Shea, too.
Check swing. They appeal. Say he did. Bolin was ready to head to first. Pull him back, full count.
He wasn't very happy with the strike calling at the end of his at-bat in the second as well. It was a strikeout looking. Now has to go get that bat. It's sometimes tossed pretty far because the dugouts are deep down the lines here.
They kind of walk of shame all the way back. JJ grabbed that one.
Oh, no.
Some puppy breath on there, maybe. Full count now. Payoff pitch with 2 outs. Runners on the move, and it's outside. Now Bolin gets to chuck his bat.
Well, we've seen this moment before, huh?
Yeah, I think so. We've had a grand slam in each of our first 2 playoff games. It was Nick Caruso and the Mammoths on Friday. Last night it was Travius Ford and the Beavers. This will get a mound visit from Josh Hines before Shea will face Ari Sakopoulos, if he does get to face him.
Both of those prior coming in the 6th, though, correct?
Were they both in the 6th?
I think so. I wasn't here Friday, but I think that's what I collected.
Let's investigate, huh? Live research. Caruso's. Or sorry, that was not yesterday. Yesterday was Ford's. Yep, that was the 6th. Caruso was also the 6th, yeah.
So
maybe the curse is broken.
Different inning a little bit earlier, but boy, it would feel the same way, wouldn't it?
Sure would. Hodo at third, Attilis at second, Bolin at first. Righty-lefty matchup for the best power hitter all season long. League leading 13 home runs, and he took a big swing on the first one, a fastball. Gutsy pitch from Shea, but it worked.
Besides the home run to Bolin, they've navigated decently around 2 through 5. You can even add Lambert into that mix as well. I mean, a walk here, there, a high fly ball here, there, but nothing too gaudy yet.
Sakopoulos watches that slurve. Ari with an OPS of 1054 in 43 games before the final one in this 2022 season. 41 RBIs to go along with those 13 dongs is a league best.
Well, it just has you hanging by a thread if you're the Beavers on every swing.
Yeah, can almost feel the air sucked out of the stadium with every pitch.
See what he goes with here. Just got to keep him in the yard and avoid it going to the gaps right now.
He's ahead in the count. Outside with the slurve. Wouldn't get Sakopoulos to chase. 2-2. Ari 645 slugging. That's pretty impressive when you add in the 43 games he's been in the lineup pretty much every single day. It never really faltered for him. Never really went through a slump. Tips that one back. He would have a couple games here or there. 0 for 3, 0 for 4 with a couple Ks. Finished the regular season with 41 strikeouts to 28 walks. Obviously, some of those walks coming as a product of his power, but he was consistently great all season.
A struggle point for him is hitting a high fly ball.
Staying alive. Shea is going to get his workout in this at-bat. Ari will not make it easy. Played in the Italian Baseball League last year, as well as here in the USPBL, only 6 games with these Unicorns.
And in terms of how to attack him, he doesn't swing at outside pitches that much. I mean, he's a little above league average when it comes to that. And pitch-wise, I mean, breaking ball is definitely his bugaboo, but he's still hitting 240. Low and away, mid seems to be kind of his spot.
Swing and a miss. Shea fired up after that one, rightfully so. That is a crucial out. Austin Shea gets out of the bases-loaded jam here in the 4th. The Beavers have already tacked one on in the top half. They'll try to do so again in the 5th, trailing by 3.
Throughout your life, from big moments to ones well-earned, we're your financial guardian angel. Alliance Catholic Credit Union.
Great seats at a great price. Get them safer, simpler, and smarter with Ticket Smarter. A proud partner to the biggest names in live sports and events, including ESPN events and iHeartRadio. TicketSmarter has seats for over 125,000 live events and 48 million tickets for sale. All backed with the TicketSmarter 100% ticket guarantee. Thinking about your next great live event? Think smarter. Think TicketSmarter. Get your tickets your way, guaranteed at TicketSmarter.com.
Pretty cool moment over the break. Colonel Tim Fuller, graduate of Brother Rice High School, Michigan State University, local, honored as our Michigan Schools and Government Credit Union hometown hero, and boy, did he get a loud and well-deserved standing ovation. A special day, certainly, for him. We remember the terror attacks on September 11th. Always cool when we have the hometown heroes get those big ovations. That's a nice moment.
Flag at half-mast today in right center field. It's making it a bit hard to read the wind with that one.
Yeah, we got to pay attention to the pennants today. Forward on the ground on the first pitch. Attilas, a nice scoop into his gut, makes the out.
There it is, but that's not really a great indication. I keep looking at it. I'm like, oh wait, that
right.
is lower. I gotta look to my left.
After Ford, it's McFadden and Castillo here in the 5th. Again, top of the order. Beavers trailing. Feels like they need a big inning. They had 2 in the 2nd and 1 last inning in the 4th. It could have been more had it not been for that questionable call over at first base. Guzman grounded up the middle, and it bounced off of Riggleman's ankle back to Lambert at third base, and he did a nice job getting it over quickly to first, but it appeared to pull Sakopoulos off the bag. Jeremy, you and I thought Guzman should have been safe. That would have made it first and second with only 1 out for Cameron Collette, who eventually struck out to end the inning. Really changed the complexion of that 4th.
And you look at what Shea did last inning, you kind of look at a playoff game and any baseball game, I guess, these days, and you look at the pressure pitches, which theoretically takes a little bit more out of you. I mean, Shea from the get-go hit a batter to almost lead off the inning. That was the first batter to get on after the out. Then the walk, a pop out and a walk. So he had the bases loaded with 2 outs, and they called catcher interference there in Parkinson, it looks like.
I was going to say something looked weird on that swing, maybe just an uncomfortable one for McFadden, but he'll head down to first. I think that one nicked the glove maybe as McFadden was swinging, the glove of Parkinson. Yep.
Yeah, you could tell immediately
kind of
took it off and shook his hand.
Yeah, shook up Parkinson a little bit. He is a guy who has battled through this entire season. Dealt with kind of an MCL injury in the very beginning, ever since spring training, caught through it. Got his thumb jammed and kind of bent the wrong way. Still caught in that same game. He's had numerous 12-inning days with the doubleheaders. He's, for most of the season, been the only catcher on the roster for the Unicorns.
Yeah, that's kind of gone back and forth, whether they wanted to carry a backup catcher or not. We had 1 or 2 cut throughout the season as well.
High in the air to center. Colossi's there.
This is just kind of how the offense has felt for the Beavers here today. And you didn't think coming into this game it would look like this. I kind of had expected a shootout to happen, between these two teams, as we saw very early on last night. 5 early runs scored for both teams and then kind of settled in the hands of the Beavers. But, they've had the home run by Aberrett, and they've had some base runners to lead off or get on with a couple with 2 out, just have not been able to fully take advantage here today against Riggleman. He's been good, not perfect, definitely.
It's like we talked about, almost feels like they may be, it doesn't work like this, but exhausted most of their offense last night. Outside on the first pitch to Fenley. They have had a base runner in every inning. They've only stranded 3 total.
That wind is ripping now. Out of nowhere.
Popped up. This is in play. A tough one for Parkinson, but he's able to get over there. And again, the Beavers strand a runner over there at first. Nice job by Riggleman through 5 complete innings. He's holding a 6-3 lead in a decisive championship game here on Sunday, coming back with the bottom of the 5th.
Dunham Sports is a proud partner of the USPBL. Big names, low prices, delivering value since 1937.
At Fifth Third Bank, we're working hard to make banking a Fifth Third better, which means we put 166.7% into everything we do.
I think you can only give 110%.
Well, with free checking, fraud protection services, and an automatic savings tool to help you quickly reach your goals, 166.7% is possible.
Oh, wait till my 8th graders hear about this. They're gonna be like, it's not possible. Well, yes it is.
This is banking, a Fifth Third better.
Great seats at a great price. Get them safer, simpler, and smarter with Ticket Smarter. A proud partner to the biggest names in live sports and events, including ESPN events and iHeartRadio. Ticket Smarter has seats for over 125,000 live events and 48 million tickets for sale. All backed with the Ticket Smarter 100% ticket guarantee. Thinking about your next great live event? Think smarter. Think Ticket Smarter. Get your tickets your way, guaranteed, at Ticketsmarter.com.
So it's 2 hitless innings for Shea. He did give up a walk to start things off when he came in the 3rd to Sakopoulos, who would score on a stolen base, a wild pitch, and then a sac fly. But now looking back, after the pitching change, that last at-bat to Sakopoulos, striking him out on the 2-2, looms even larger. That's probably Shea's last batter no matter what, whether it ends the inning or Sakopoulos gets on base and brings home a run or more.
He gutted through those 2 innings, just a single run given up. Obviously not his sharpest stuff today in terms of balls and strikes, but he did what he could to keep it right where it was and to strand the bases loaded with the hitters that were up. Quite impressive, along with that pop-out as well.
Popped up for Childress over to Collette there at third. First out for Jesse Galindo.
I don't know what it is about this part of the game, but it just feels like these Unicorns hitters have kind of stalled a bit. I mean, you see Childress pop it up, Sakopoulos strike out, Galassi pop it up as well. 3 guys that, out of that group, if you're going to bet if one of them is going to get a hit through that stretch, they're probably going to get a hit more often than not, if not together.
Lambert out into left on the first pitch. So 3 pitches for Jesse Galindo and 2 outs. We've barely had a chance to introduce him. A reliever for the Beavers. That sidearm delivery that you've seen has really improved from the start of the year. 3.48 ERA in 40-plus innings for Jesse.
Tougher on lefties and righties, kind of that reverse split as we talked about yesterday. It's not that much of a differential. Still not easy for either of them to hit well off him, but
overall opponent average of 238. It's below 200 for the lefties.
At times he does have trouble locating the lefties.
0-2 on De La Cruz. It's a 4-seamer for Galindo, mixed in with a changeup, slider, and curveball. Low velocity for the most part. 4-seam averages around 84. Everything else in the 70s. That one is the 4-seamer right past De La Cruz. Jesse Galindo. A little strut off the mound. A 1-2-3 inning. We'll head to the 6th with Jeremy Otto. It's a 6-3 ball game.
Why are all these business owners smiling? Because they rely on Tryon to handle difficult and time-consuming HR tasks like payroll, benefits administration, and more. Working with one of the nation's top professional employer organizations provides access to top-tier healthcare and employee benefit plans and Tryon's team of attorneys and HR experts. With Tryon, you don't have to grow it alone. Visit RelyOnTryon.com.
You can always rely on Tryon.
They call me Prospects. Since the day I was born as a diver's watch, the challengers of the world have taught me many things. Life is not a numbers game. It's about challenging ourselves. No matter what happens, just follow your heart. These pioneers drive our generation forward, not by setting records, but by never giving up. Keep going forward. Prospects.
Available at Lucido Fine Jewelry.
We're the financial champion of Michiganders. Whether you're a goal-getter or dream chaser, an empty nester or up-and-comer, anyone in Michigan can bank with us. Michigan Schools and Government Credit Union.
Five, 6, 7 due up for the Beavers here in the 6th inning. It's Riggleman still out there. Will he pull a Colin Ledbetter here today? I don't think so, but he's gutting through it. I mean, like we talked about, not his best stuff, not his sharpest, but this is what you have to do in a game like this.
He really is gutting through it. We talked about it after that Friday night game. The best playoff games that you see in any level, home runs, good pitching, gutty performances, good defense, and Riggleman trying to repeat that here, working into the 6th. I don't think we'll see him throw 129 pitches with 11 strikeouts like Colin Ledbetter. Also, he's a younger guy, 21 years of age. Ledbetter a little bit older, not sure how much baseball is left for him. He's certainly a guy who has the numbers to continue playing the game, whether it's here or at the next level or a different league.
First pitch to Aberrett, rope, fair, past the glove of Lamberts. Felix going to stick with a single here, but that's exactly what the Beavers wanted. A 1-2-3 inning from their new pitcher. Now a single here by Felix Aberrett. Well, the offenses look like this. A walk and a home run by Wellington Guzman in the second. Solo shot by Aberrett in the fourth. Back-to-back days for him with a home run. This man had a home run yesterday. He's got a single and a pop-up today.
Jeremy, that base hit for Aberrett makes it the fourth leadoff runner for the Beavers in this game. In just 6 innings, still only 3 runs.
Not one has been capitalized on thus far.
We mentioned last inning the 3 runners stranded. They stranded another one in McFadden in that last inning in the 5th. 3 of those 4 that have been left on base in scoring position.
It's Fiorito tossing. Kind of surprised to see him right now. Here's the 1-0. In for strike 1.
How about Aberrett, though? He's the guy that Von Joshua mentioned, as well as myself in the pregame, talking about the impact that he's had. Obviously, the home run yesterday. Already 2 for 3 with a home run today. Something about that veteran presence like we talked about.
He just feels even keel, doesn't he, when you're around him and just watching how he handles at bats and pitching staffs. And short lead from at first. No surprise there. Don't want to get picked off. Popped up to center. Galassi's had a few balls just like this. Step to his right. Catch for the first out here.
Back to your point about Aberrett, obviously emotion is a big part of this game, and it played a huge factor in the first 2 matchups. And he doesn't, show much emotion. But there's, a nice calming presence about that. Something to be said. Guy who just steps up, does his job, and continues on.
First pitch to Stubbs outside, the fastball there. He walked back in the second, popped out in the fourth. The 6th inning brought to you by Jarbcom Audio and Video Solutions. We thank them for their partnership with the USPBL this season. 1 down, runner on first, and a 6-3 Unicorn lead. Here's the 1-0. Finds the zone for strike 1. Well, we talked about it earlier. There's only 2 teams that have been in this game, or I guess 2 teams that have won this game. There's others that have been here, but just the Beavers and the Unicorns, and they're battling it out once again. Beavers trying to snap the 3 championships in a row by Utica here. One, line into left, to base hits. Aberrett to second, Stubbs to first. Back-to-back singles here in the 6th, in between the pop-out, I guess, but nonetheless.
Pretty impressive, too, for the Unicorns. You look at the records that were tagged along with all those last champions, and their record this year better than any of those, 28-16 in the regular season. They set the win percentage record this year.
That man has 2 of those rings, and they're nice rings, too. Have you seen them?
Yeah, they are. Got to find a way to get me a ring at some point. I got to be a part of a championship team. Should we ask if we can get one for this year, no matter who wins?
That'd be cool. We do broadcast all the games, I guess.
Right.
Attilas feeds to second in time, over to first. Double dip! And a huge moment here in the 6th inning. 2 runners on. Guzman has been good down the stretch. Hits into a double play. Still 6-3 Unicorns.
Every summer, my family loves to have a neighborhood movie night in our backyard. And with my Chevy Blazer, I can head out and get everything we need for a great night. It has plenty of room for picking up friends, and the available hands-free liftgate is perfect for loading unhandy supplies. It may be movie night, but my Blazer is the main attraction wherever I go.
Lease a 2022 Blazer 2LT for just $239 a month for 24 months. Put it in D and see why Chevy drives the Motor City.
Make your move with a quick and easy mortgage from Genesis Credit Union. We have mortgages to fit your life. Genesis Credit Union. Visit us today.
Well, you can pre-order your championship T-shirts here today with the Beavers or the Unicorns. That's what the Unicorns T-shirt will look like. USPBL.com/shops/2022champs.
It's still too early. Don't do it yet. The Beavers have had so many chances to get back in this game, not trail by 3 or 4 runs, and, you know, it's kind of a numbers game. The more chances you get, one of them's got to pay off, right?
Well, this man right here on the mound, giving them a chance. He's a part of a 4-batter-in-a-row streak. But to some big-time batters, Sakopoulos, Childress, Lambert, all falling down in a row along with De La Cruz. Here's Matt Parkinson, 8-9-1 due up for Jim Essien's order here. First pitch to Parkinson. Flubbed that one back over the ballpark and out of play, 0-1. Wind still blowing out to left. Parkinson has yet to hit a home run this year. .49 has become 50 today, though, for the Unicorns. As this one pops up to the right, Stubbs calling for it. And there's out number 1, 5 in a row.
Yeah, with that Galindo 3 up and 3 down in the 5th, it feels almost worse that the Beavers hit into that double play in the top of the 6th with only 1 out to end the inning. You know, you want to reward your pitcher and back him up when he's giving you good work out there, and that's what Galindo did in the 5th and continuing here into the bottom of the 6th.
First pitch slider low to Hodo here. Four-seam fastball, change-up slider curveball for Galindo. Fastball nearly 51% on the year. Here's the 1-1. Right to Ford. Good to see him still in the game after being shaken up a couple times in a row earlier.
Got to battle through it.
You saw the John Hodo contingent there, about 20 family members in attendance for him here today. Jim Essien has about 60.
It's a big day for all these people.
A lot of them right behind the plate there in the commissioner's box.
Nice that they can have some support cheering them on. We heard some loud Unicorns cheers after a couple of the home runs earlier.
Achilles has had a day. Double walk. Both of those doubles coming in big spots to lead off the first and to drive in a run in the second. Quickly 0-2. What a job by Galindo here.
Man.
The Beavers
really
come back
impressive
in this game. I mean, he's going to be a big part of it if he keeps pitching this way. Here's the 0-2. Little flubber. Guzman has to come in. Attacks with the glove. Bobbles! Not in time. Could that cost them here in the 6th?
We'll see. The hitless streak for the Unicorns stays alive right now. 3 2/3 consecutive innings without a hit. They've even scored a run. without getting a hit.
And it's funny to think about that, right? Just how this game has felt.
Right.
Ever since they took back a bigger lead. Beavers trimmed a 3-0 lead for the Unicorns down to 3-2, and then the next half inning, they made it 6-3 like we have now. Fastball away. Velocity is not something that Galindo flourishes on. It's more the contact outs and the change and look of the way the ball is delivered. Gives up a lot of fly balls. Decent amount of ground balls, above league average as Galassi looks at a ball outside.
Need ground balls against this guy.
Over the top of the slider, 2-2. Shea was able to coax it out against Galassi the last time up in the fourth. Just a subtle pop-up to the left. Can Galindo do it here? Sure can. Tied him up. Slider low and in. A little bit more velocity on that one at 79. And Jesse Galindo keeping the Beavers in this game nearly single-handedly. Needs the offense to respond. Down 3.
Every summer, my family loves to have a neighborhood movie night in our backyard. And with my Chevy Blazer, I can head out and get everything we need for a great night. It has plenty of room for picking up friends, and the available hands-free liftgate is perfect for loading unhandy supplies. You know, it may be movie night, but my Blazer is the main attraction wherever I go.
Lease a 2022 Blazer 2LT for just $239 a month for 24 months. Put it in D and see why Chevy drives the Motor City.
We build roads, bridges, wind farms and pipelines, schools to skyscrapers. Our members create monuments. We operate. We're the operators and mechanics behind the advanced heavy machines that move Michigan forward. We maintain boilers and HVAC. Our members run the complex heating and cooling systems that we all depend on. Our training is second to none, and safety is our priority. We are Operating Engineers 324, and we keep Michigan running.
Slide into a new home. Work with a local mortgage pro who works for you. Get a cheaper, faster, easier home loan. Find a mortgage broker near you today at findamortgagebroker.com.
You hear about the promo that Jimmy's John's got going on? 5 off 20? How they pulling it off? Magic? You got David's Copperfields in there? Show yourself, Copperfields!
Jimmy John's. $5 off orders of 20 or more.
Riggleman continues to go in this game. Kind of built up his arm throughout this year. I mean, you don't feel the need to go 6, 7, 8 much in a league like this, given most guys need their work sooner than later. This game, you kind of throw that out the window. I mean, if a guy is doing well, you're going to keep him in. If your guy's taking him out like we saw early, Hibb is just going 2 innings. If he's not rolling well, going to make that adjustment in a playoff game like this. But Riggleman again reaching the 7th inning for the second time in this month. Looking to keep this game right where it is. Here's a good start for the Beavers as Collette pumps it down for a base hit. He breaks an 0 for 2. He had struck out back-to-back at-bats and brings up Travius Ford, who's been a little quiet here today compared to what he did yesterday. That's a hard effort to follow up. He got the Beavers on the board first with a line drive home run last night in the first. And the grand slam later in the game in the 6th, as we discussed. Middle of the infield at double play depth. Lambert in tight, even with the bag at third. The outfield is back as the wind is as gusty as it's been all day. Nobody's hitting it in the air, though, in the last couple innings. Can Ford change that? Swing and a miss. Nice slider on the first pitch there. short lead for Collette at first, kind of dancing off the bag right now. Riggleman not paying much attention. Here's the 0-1. Fastball at 91, in for strike 2.
Another leadoff runner on. Beavers need to capitalize, running out of time here in the 7th.
Mountaineer warming down the left field line here. You can tell out that 91, he's probably emptying the tank here. 0-1, slider in. 1-2 on forward. Not to say that he can't get there, but he's been more 90 average velo today. Actually, that's Fiorito again. I apologize. That's Bewley. 3 strikes, you're out. Goodness. Oh, yay. Difference of 3 and 4. Here's the 1-2. Swing and a miss. Big time K to the top of the order after the leadoff single.
We know Riggleman, not a ton of strikeouts for him, more as of late, but that's his 5th one today, and he's only walked 1 batter. It's been a really good outing for him.
Just feels like McFadden is due, doesn't it?
Sure does. Haven't said his name a whole lot today.
First pitch popped him up. Sikopoulos has a long way to go. What a catch! Digs into the dirt, and now making sure that Collette doesn't advance.
Really nice play. That ball just hung up a long time for McFadden, and Sikopoulos had a nice jump on it. Needed to, with it all the way over there by the wall.
He's got like that half and half jersey now, huh?
Yeah. Only right you dirty your jersey on the final day, huh?
For sure. Got plenty of time to wash that up, huh?
Yeah.
So 2 outs. And here's Castillo, one of their better hitters. First pitch, ripped right back at Riggleman. Boy, that blistering off the bat. And here comes Luke Fenley. Castillo's like, no, we're not going to go down without a fight in this inning.
Fenley has been big for these Beavers before. 2 home runs on the season, both of them coming later-ish in the year. Bond always talks about him as a gamer, a competitive guy. And the best gamers will step up in the big moments, and this is perhaps none bigger all season for Luke.
Adrian Guzman with the mound visit. Jim Estienne can't say enough good things about Adrian in his first year coaching. Contributes a lot to this Unicorns team.
He handled a big load this year and was successful with these guys. I think him being such a young coach and just previously being a player created a really good dynamic in that clubhouse. He did a really nice job. He talked about it with us earlier in the year that it can be difficult to be, similar age as a lot of these players and in, similar situation just a year ago.
Pump to center. It is going to get down. Collette around third base. Galassi airs out a throw. It's shy. And there's the run the Beavers have been looking for several innings. It's 6-4.
We talked about it with Fenley. He's a gamer. Comes up in a big spot.
Now you got to be careful with Aberrett here. Guy that's already bombed a ball, and that's the end of the line, it looks like, for Riggleman.
Just kind of going back to our point on Guzman, I want to give him credit for how well he's handled it. He said it was difficult, learning to be a leader and an authority figure while still being a friend and kind of a teammate at the same time. And I think the guys have really kind of rallied behind him this year.
One of the better arms in the USPBL will relieve a guy that had a great day. Not in the numbers sense, but just limiting what this Beavers team was able to do. 6-4, he exits. 2 runners still his runners here And his teammates and fellow pitchers appreciate his effort here this afternoon. We'll look at Bewley's numbers when we get back.
One thing that makes Detroit Mercy unique and different from other universities is that the faculty truly care about you and they're always there to help. Whether it's asking questions after class or going into the office hours, they're always there to lend a hand and really make you feel at home.
People are here to work together, and whether you have a question or you're discussing topics within the class, you can go up to your professor and they know your name. They're just willing to help you become a better overall student.
Detroit Mercy. Build a boundless future.
You hear about the promo that Jimmy's John's got going on? 5 off 20? How they pulling it off? Magic? You got David's Copperfields in there? Show yourself, Copperfields!
Jimmy John's. $5 off orders of 20 or more.
Slide into a new home. Work with a local mortgage pro who works for you. Get a cheaper, faster, easier home loan. Find a mortgage broker near you today at findamortgagebroker.com.
Jimmy John's Field is the perfect venue for birthday parties, summer picnics, company outings, and provides the best entertainment in Metro Detroit with great baseball all summer long. Spend your summer nights under the lights at Jimmy John's Field in historic downtown Utica.
Perry Bewley on the hill here for the Unicorns. He'll face Felix Aberret in a big spot. Runners on first and second. Not the easiest guy to come in and face on either side of the coin here.
Yeah, Bewley's been really impressive all year long. Kind of your prototypical reliever in modern baseball. Essentially fastball slider. Does have that changeup that he likes to use occasionally, but hard velocity, a lot of spin.
Off the glove, Castillo to third, Fenley to second. The tying run now in scoring position here.
That's huge.
4 runs off 10 hits and an error for the Beavers. 6 runs, I beg your pardon, off 6 hits and no errors for the Unicorns thus far. Aberret, home run, single, ground out. The 6th batter to the plate, the 1-0. Pumped in for strike 1, the slider there. Slider, one of the more unhittable pitches in the USPBL. High control of it as well, just 3 walks to 26 Ks. Here's the 1-1, swing and a miss. 91 by him. Mixes in a changeup occasionally, but it's pretty much just fastball slider. A run is already in this inning. That's Collette. He was the leadoff man, the 1-2. He wanted that slider.
I think Bewley might have stumbled a little bit on his landing leg there. Maybe got caught in the dirt for an extra second. A little hobble off the mound. Appears to be okay. Still kind of shaking that ankle out.
So Sikopoulos, who made a big play earlier in the inning to catch a pop-up kind of in no man's land where it curves. When the backstop juts out and the dugout fence meets, was able to splash in the dirt for out number 2. 2-2 on Felix Aberret. Castillo on third. Fenley on second. They've had back-to-back base hits. 2 of 3 singles in this inning. The wind still ripping to left. Does he have a third home run in him in 2 days? 2-2. Parkinson really pulled it in. I wonder if that jank messed up the call in the end. 3-2 now.
I think that's outside, just off the plate. A really good eye by Aberret. That is a tough take in a 2-2 count in this critical spot in the game.
The 3-2. Swinging a fly ball to left. Bolin going back towards the light tower. Gone! The Beavers have a lead again.
We highlighted him in the pregame, and we talked about him ad nauseum already today. You know, we mentioned not much emotion from Felix Aberret, but he gets to show a little bit here, and deservedly so. What a blast, an amazing at-bat from Felix right there. Absolutely love that. You could just feel that moment building.
The deeper he got into the count, for sure. Like we said, it's not an easy guy to come in when you haven't seen him all day, and Perry Bewley. Not that Riggleman was easy either, but he just brings a little bit more spin, a little bit more velocity. Now Eric Whitfield looks at strike one. After the Beavers snatch a one-run lead. Their first today. Plenty of leads for longevity yesterday as well.
Bewley's only given up one home run before that as well. He is not an easy guy to take out of the ballpark. Really limits the extra base hits.
Boy, these championship games, these playoff games have been just like this. A lot of home runs, a lot of back and forth.
That's how it's supposed to be.
As Whitfield swings through it, the second K of the inning. 3 singles and a home run to left by Felix Aberret has made this game a 7-6 Beavers lead on the USPBL network.
Make your move with a quick and easy mortgage from Genesis Credit Union. We have mortgages to fit your life. Genesis Credit Union. Visit us today.
One thing that makes Detroit Mercy unique and different from other universities is that the faculty truly care about you and they're always there to help. Whether it's asking questions after class or going into the office hours, they're always there to lend a hand and really make you feel at home.
People are here to work together, and whether like you have a question or you're discussing topics within the class, you can go up to your professor and they know your name. They're just willing to help you become a better overall student.
Detroit Mercy. Build a boundless future.
James Crick takes over on the mound here for the Birmingham Bloomfield Beavers. Crick struck out the side in the 9th inning last night when the game was kind of already out of reach, but regardless, somebody needed to do it, right? And they wanted to keep it right where it was.
Have to give credit to Austin Shea and Jesse Galindo. Shea kind of struggled through his 2 innings a little bit more, but didn't give up a hit, only allowed 1 run, and then Galindo came in the 5th. Couple of strikeouts, no walks, no hits. Battled through an error in that 6th inning. Really impressive stuff out of the bullpen.
Nobody fool yourself. It's a 1-run game. Top hitters up right now. I mean, we're far from deciding what's happening so far. Wow, have they picked up every home run ball? They're spread out. Look at that. They're all
yeah, they've got it covered as they need to be.
Now the 1-0 Off the end of the bat.
Left field has just been getting absolutely shelled this weekend. I think all but one last night went to left. One was in left center, probably a little bit harder to get. All but one today have gone to left. The one from Guzman to deep center.
Another 1-1. Slider outside. So from one power arm to the next, Bewley to Crick. Crick much different than Galindo. And we talked about it. Galindo is going to be an undervalued person in this game, but he's a big reason why they're hanging around and have now taken the lead. It's a broken bat for Bolin. Boy, at this level, that's the last thing you want in the last game of the year.
Yep.
Fastball, slider, changeup for Crick. Fastball's gotten up to nearly 95 this year. It was Shaw's fastball that was really playing up last night, wasn't it? Several 95s.
Yeah.
He's been around 92, 93 consistently this year.
Yeah, that gun can be a little hot sometimes on the scoreboard.
The 2-2. On the ground to Guzman. Nice high hop in the end for the first out.
Boy, when that ball got past the mound, was kind of waiting in angst to see what hop Guzman was going to get. He got a pretty good one right up to his glove side, a little elevated, played it well, but we saw that last night lead to a couple runs for the Mammoths on a tough hop. That was a tailor-made double play, and we've seen it time and time again this year. He's able to get a fortunate one there. That's pretty big to get the first out.
This man has been minimized. That's dangerous. First pitch to Sakopoulos is low. Crick this year, just 4 extra base hits in 27 or so innings. 1 home run, that's second best in the league. Here's the 1-0. Fly ball to right. That is going to hang up there for Castillo and skip foul.
Always scary when it leaves his bat at that angle, no matter how hard it's hit. You just never know with Ari.
The wind just isn't as friendly in that direction as it is in left. There's a sign of a man who dove for a ball and caught it. A dirty jersey in the back for Ari Sakopoulos. Another 1-1.
It's funny because from our angle, we almost can't even see it when he's, dug into that batter's box and ready to go. It's entirely on his right side.
Almost looks like a coffee spill or something, too. 2-1. Again, chopped foul. They shift him to the right on the infield slightly. Collette playing where Guzman could if he was shifting the opposite direction. 2-2 here on Sakopoulos.
How about the new shift rules in the MLB?
Yeah, interesting that they came out with that here at the end of the year.
Not sure how much of an effect they'll have on the game. We'll see, but
the 2-2 popped up to center. Ford stumbled. Guzman going back. It's actually McFadden who tucks it in the glove for out number 2.
Boy, thankful for McFadden calling that one off. Just the miscommunication. It kind of looked like a little bit. Guzman pulled off, Ford pulled off. Didn't know if McFadden was going to get there. It looked like it could have been one of those little bloopers to drop.
Pretty decent game defensively. The errors really came back to bit the losers in the last 2 games. Hoppers in game 1, Mammoths yesterday. What was it, 6 or 7 for the Mammoths?
I counted 7.
And just balls that guys would normally make that they missed, and some of that given was when it was over. I mean,
yeah, the game was. I mean, that 8th inning, it was kind of already over. There was an outside chance the Mammoths came back, and then they just really let it slip with a couple hit batters and the errors. I think there were 2 in that 8th.
That Shaw stretching, he'll probably get the 8th. Here's the 0-1. On the ground, fair. Collette's good hop, fires to first. 1, 2, 3 inning. Couldn't get any better. What a job by Galindo and Crick in the last 3. Just 1 base runner. It was an error back in the 6th inning. The Beavers trying to break this 3-game championship streak.
As your neighbor who works at Ascension, Michigan, and a cardiologist who's practiced for more than 20 years, I'm going to keep asking, how are you feeling today? Your care can't wait. Getting care sooner can mean catching things before they get worse. At Ascension, Michigan, our ERs and our hospitals and other sites of care are maintaining strict precautions for your safety. Studies have shown that people will get care sooner if they're encouraged by their doctors, family, and friends. Get the care you need at getascensionmichigancare.com.
First State Bank is a locally owned and operated business. We're part of your community. At fsbcares.com, you'll find ways that we're making a difference by featuring locally owned and operated businesses, providing access to helpful financial resources, and engaging with community. FSBcares.com is part of our commitment to the neighborhood because strong neighbors mean stronger communities. Where good neighbors do great things. Member FDIC and Equal Housing Lender.
Perry Bewley on for his first full inning of work. Gave up the home run to Felix Aberrett, 3-run variety, which signaled the lead in the direction of the Beavers for the first time today. And then the strikeout swinging to Whitfield, the very next batter. He'll face 7, 8, 9 here. Stubbs, Guzman, Collette. First pitch to Stubbs, and for strike 1. Sullivan and Ramirez, the 2 available on the bench for Vaughn Joshua here today. So if he does bring in Shaw, it would make it interesting who gets the 9th if this game remains the same.
Yeah, we heard that, everybody is hot for them, including Devin, who started. Vaughn mentioned he really liked the outing from Trevor Jackson last night. His 2 innings were really good against the Mammoths. We could see him. It's just surprising because, like you talked about, we typically see Crick and Shaw in tandem, one after the other. Not sure the order matters. We could see Crick come out for another inning. Kind of thought maybe we'd see Galindo do that for a third, or Blankenship, and then Crick and Shaw.
Well, Bewley's got to keep his focus here. Obviously, the job is to keep this game a 1-run ball game. His team has just struggled to get hits ever since they took a scored their 6th run, I should say. Broken bat maybe, looping over the head of Lambert for a base hit. That one scoots into the corner. Stubbs to second base. It's another spot that can be dangerous if you don't pick up the ball quickly. It can start rolling into that divot out there. Hard for the left fielder to get to it, and depending on the angle, hard for the shortstop or the third baseman. So here's Wellington Guzman, a home run earlier. Boy, it's hard to even remember that one.
Yeah, that was a while ago.
He had a 2-run bomb in the 2nd. Aberrett had a home run in the 4th, and another one in the 7th. Ramirez will now run for Stubbs.
I wonder what that does defensively for the Beavers. Ramirez not known for playing first base, usually a middle infielder or over at third. He's played outfield as well. Maybe we see Ryan Sullivan make an appearance pretty soon here. He's the only other bench bat available.
Lambert in at third base. I don't know if he's expecting a bunt here from Guzman. He's not showing it, though.
Both corners are in.
He's swinging away as the first pitch fastball at 88 in for strike one. Lambert told to relax from the bench a bit. He's now just a couple steps in front of the third base bag, now backing up a bit more. Sikopoulos will do the same at first. Here's the 0-1. Fastball away.
It's not a bad spot to bunt, especially with them bringing on the pinch runner. Ramirez has plenty of speed over there at second. I think they just saw the check swing and the idea from Guzman to swing away and laid off that idea.
Here's the 1-1. Swing and a miss. Tied him up with the changeup there. One and two with the leadoff base runner on second base. Ooh, couldn't hold up on his swing there.
It's a tough one. That's a nice pitch from Bewley. That inside fastball can look pretty good sometimes. I think that's just what got Guzman a little bit there.
Second K here tonight. Now Cameron Collette's. We had a big leadoff single in the seventh. He was one of the four that scored. Collette, Castillo, Fenley, and Aberrett turned this game upside down from a 6-3 advantage to a 7-6 lead for the Beavers now. Swing and a miss.
With all the big swings that Collette takes and that arm strength that he has, the cannon over there at third, and how many home runs we've seen in batting practice, it's hard not to feel like he's due to get one in one of these games. Doesn't have one this year.
Swings through that one at the top of the zone. 90 miles an hour there from Bewley. Seems like he may have exhausted some of his better velos in the seventh. It's a 3-2 battle with Aberrett. Boy, did he battle from behind, work it back to a 3-2 count, and then launch the home run. Deep territory here is it'll poke its way past the umbrellas and out of play. Keon Taylor just taking it all in right now.
Probably saving him for the ninth.
Ramirez on the move as Collette again able to spoil one. Kind of an interesting move there to send Eric.
The surprise factor got a stolen base for Sikopoulos and the Unicorns earlier. Wouldn't be a bad spot for the Beavers. A little late now.
Man, not sure he goes again at this point.
Doubt it.
With an 0-2 count and one out. It's a big insurance run standing in scoring position right now. Bewley checks him, the 0-2 again. He stays put, swing and a miss. 91 at the top of the zone, his second K in a row. Now he does face the top of the order. Travius Ford, 1 for 4. Did have a single back in the first. Just one of those up the box type of singles up the middle.
One of those, again, probably gives the Beavers an insurance run here with Ramirez and his speed.
First pitch slider in for strike one. Wind still blowing out to left. Maybe not as much as we saw a couple innings ago. Top of the eighth inning, 7-6 Beavers. They scored 4 in the seventh, 2 in the second, and 1 in the fourth. Now the 0-1. Perfect fastball in for strike two. The Unicorns have not scored since the third. 3 in the first, 2 in the second, 1 in the third. Not a whole lot of long innings like we saw yesterday in terms of the batters for the Beavers. They've just gotten it done. Their longest output yet was 6. They've done that twice. Actually, only once. Back in the 7th. Decent amount of 5s out there. There it is. Here's the 1-2. High and away.
At 12 hits for the Beavers really stands out. Was looking at that before the Felix Aberrett home run and saw 10 up there, and just, that's when it hit me like, man, they do have 10 hits. They really, and obviously 3 of them had come in that inning before Felix's home run, but that still gave them the lead in the hit category over the Unicorns up until that point. And it just felt like, man, so many opportunities, so many leadoff base runners. They have to find a way to get these runs to come around, and just, the numbers game, the odds are in their favor. The more opportunities, one has to work, and it finally did.
High and away, 3-2. McFadden on deck. Stubbs started this inning with a mini double. Ramirez in his place at second. Bewley has since struck out 2 in a row. Guzman and Colletts. This has gone all the way back in the advantage of Ford now at 3-2. The runner can move. Looks at a ball outside.
It's a big walk from Ford to fight all the way back from 0-2. 2 really good pitches in the start of that at-bat as well for Bewley. And Travius is able to keep that good eye and not chase anything.
And on top of that, because it was a 3-2 count and Ramirez was in motion, he now stands at third. Keon Taylor begins to warm. He just started throwing, though.
McFadden stepping up, and when he popped out last inning on that Sakopoulos dive, it almost felt like that might be the last Dakota McFadden at bat this season. And we had mentioned that he had been quiet today. Kind of feels like he's due. So good to see him, get another opportunity. Certainly would like to make the most of it. He has reached twice, but it just doesn't feel like a Dakota McFadden game,
I hear you.
Hasn't looked comfortable at the plate necessarily. One of those plate appearances that he reached was on catcher interference from Parkinson.
First pitch to Dakota. Slider away. Outfielder's deep.
I think that's a good mark of Dakota being ready for this moment, laying off that slider. That's a good pitch that tunneled in the zone for a while. He certainly wants to swing the bat. Even taking that one there, just not quite comfortable with that second slider that is in the zone.
Well, he's seen it now twice. Let's see what Bewley goes with.
I think he triples down on it. See if he can try to get a chase, get ahead in this count. Now McFadden is always geared up for a fastball.
The 1-1. Fastball away. 2-1 on Dakota McFadden now.
That's where you have to miss if you're going to. Cannot miss in the zone against this guy.
Speed on both sides of the base pass right now. Ford on first. Ramirez on third. Now the 2-1. Outside. A hit to the gap. Certainly could score 2. If Ford reads it well.
You think about, too, if Bewley throws a strike here, Travius will be on the move on the next pitch if this count goes full.
Castillo lurking on deck. He's got a hit. Here's the 3-1. In there for strike 2.
It's pretty close, but there it is. So now it almost feels like anything in play, for the most part, might score Ford. Depends just how hard he runs off of first.
Sakopoulos will not hold him on, just trying to dig out anything defensively. Dakota certainly can spray it the opposite way. Here's the 3-2. Popped him up. Sakopoulos, can he do it again? No, too far. Into the Beavers dugout, has some words. And a smile. And a deep breath there from McFadden.
Yeah, I think he's just trying to lay back a little bit, drive the ball the opposite direction, make sure he can identify that pitch, give himself that extra half second, quarter of a second to make sure, okay, slider or fastball, and put it in play.
I think if he gets on in any capacity, Keon Taylor is coming in. He should be close to ready. It's been a long at-bat plus the mound visit. Here's the 3-2. Outside, he walked him.
That's ball 4, and Bewley's upset about it, and I understand it because he got that pitch earlier for strike 2 in the same location.
I mean, that obviously puts him in a bad spot. What do? I mean, you got the call. You're going to try to put it out there again because he took it for a strike.
And that's what you're supposed to do. If you're getting a certain call on one side of the plate or the other, as a pitcher and as a catcher, you go back to it. You keep going until you don't get it anymore, and just tough spot to not get that call.
The USPBL reliever of the year looking to keep this game right where it is. 7-6 Beavers. Keon Taylor on when we get back.
Great seats at a great price. Get them safer, simpler, and smarter with Ticket Smarter. A proud partner to the biggest names in live sports and events, including ESPN events and iHeartRadio. Ticket Smarter has seats for over 125,000 live events and 48 million tickets for sale. All backed with the Ticket Smarter 100% ticket guarantee. Thinking about your next great live event? Think smarter. Think Ticket Smarter. Get your tickets your way, guaranteed, at ticketsmarter.com.
We're the financial champion of Michiganders. Whether you're a goal-getter or dream chaser, an empty nester, or up-and-comer, anyone in Michigan can bank with us. Michigan Schools and Government Credit Union.
Well, you missed it, but that man was getting on his jig in between the inning or between the pitching
That's
change there.
That's what I've learned in this industry in the past couple of years. Human beings have a sixth sense of when they are dancing and about to be on camera to stop dancing the moment, the instant before the camera goes live on them. Dakota did it again.
Well, bases juiced. The reliever of the year in. Ramirez on third, Ford on second, McFadden on first, with one of the better hitters in the league at the plate. Here's the first pitch to Castillo. Looping foul ball that's going to be out of the reach of De La Cruz. The wind's still blowing. If he can get it up there, he could put this game out of reach potentially here in the top of the 8th. Already a 1-run lead for the Beavers. They gain that in the 7th off a 3-run bomb by Aberrett. Here's the 0-1. That's the second time we've seen him take a swing like that. I don't know what it is. I mean, against a guy like Keon Taylor, I guess you could understand that, but Castillo just doesn't do that.
Yeah. He's just ready for that sinker coming in at 84, 85, and that slider is 10 miles an hour less, and just kind of as he starts to swing, oh, no, that's not the sinker.
Castillo singled in the 7th, popped out in the 5th, grounded into a double play in the 3rd, and grounded out in the 1st. That was on that check swing right back to the pitcher, Riggleman, at that time. Riggleman, Bewley, and now Taylor, used in the staff today. The 0-2 again. Swing and a miss. The slider dangled by him. Keon Taylor strands the bases loaded. And technically the side is struck out here in the 8th. Beavers hanging on a thread with this lead. We'll see if they can keep it.
At Fifth Third Bank, we're working hard to make banking a Fifth Third better, which means we put 166.7% into everything we do.
I think you can only give 110%.
Well, with free checking, fraud protection services, and an automatic savings tool to help you quickly reach your goals, 166.7% is possible.
Oh, wait till my 8th graders hear about this. They're gonna be like, it's not possible. Well, yes it is.
This is banking, a Fifth Third better.
You hear about the promo that Jimmy's John's got going on? 5 off 20? How they pulling it off? Magic? You got David's Copperfields in there? Show yourself, Copperfields!
Jimmy John's. $5 off orders of 20 or more.
Jimmy John's Field is the perfect venue for birthday parties, summer picnics, company outings, and provides the best entertainment in Metro Detroit with great baseball all summer long. Spend your summer nights under the lights at Jimmy John's Field in historic downtown Utica.
Well, now is the time for this Unicorn squad to make a rally towards their 4th championship in a row. Lambert, De La Cruz, Parkinson will bat here in the 8th inning. Unicorns the home team. James Crick will get a 2nd inning, his 3rd inning in what, less than 18 or so hours?
Pretty impressive stuff if he can get through this one. The bullpen for the Beavers has been lights out ever since they started to take over this game. Not a single hit given up yet.
Here's a 1-0 to Lambert. Low. The home run has been so big here today. It just feels like there should be one more by somebody, you know?
Yeah, I'm scared. It feels like we got another one coming at some point.
I thought Castillo might be in for one.
Yeah, I thought so too. I kind of felt like it. Just with the bases loaded.
Right.
You know, we've had one in every game.
Crick holds the 2-0. Outside, 3-0. Shaw is warming. Or actually, that's Jackson now. Shaw was warming earlier. Jackson threw yesterday. He went just 1, right?
I thought it was 2.
Here's the 3-0.
Yeah, it was 2.
In there for strike 1. 2 quick ones, though, I think.
Yes.
And that was the max that they wanted him to go, was 2. So he must feel pretty good to be available here today coming off the injury. Now the 3-1. Little sinker to right. It will be fair. No, it won't. Hooks to the right. We saw one land fair in a similar spot earlier. 3-2 on Lambert. Lambert with a sacrifice fly in the 3rd. Strikeout and a pop out. And his other 2 at-bats on the other side. Outfielders modestly deep. The wind is blowing again. Here's the 3-2. Shot foul. The trees are moving. The flags are moving. Even the American flag, which is at half-mast here today, you can tell that the wind is blowing out. 7-6 Beavers, who have out-hit these Unicorns, although they had the lead for the majority of the game before the 7th. 4-run inning for the Beavers then. Big pitch, the 3-2, slam to right. Same area, but foul again.
Lambert's just having a little bit of trouble here trying to catch up.
That landed in the doghouse. I'm not sure I've seen that before.
Wow. Is the door open? Look at Lyle.
3-2 again. Swing and a miss. Crick corkscrews him into the ground. 1 up and 1 down here in the 8th.
Yeah, I think Crick was picking up on the fact that Lambert was late on all of his pitches and decided to just rear back and fire a fastball in there and just try to blow it right by him, and that's exactly what he did.
His 4th K, and now 2 1/3 innings of work in the last couple days. Struck out the side with a walk in between last night when the game was out of hand, but that's showing some, I guess, sharpness as well, because you never know how your pitcher is going to react when your offense has just scored 7 to make it a 10-plus run lead at that point. De La Cruz looking for the 1-0. Change up away. Parkinson on deck. They have Castro and Brunson available on the bench. I don't think they'll pinch hit for Hodo, and they can't pinch hit for Parkinson given his position.
Yeah, probably not.
I mean, they could, but I don't think they see that as much as enough of an upgrade when it comes to the defense as well. And if by chance this game comes tied, you want your catcher.
I mean, I'm not even sure any of their bench hitters are necessarily better than the starters. It would be better in a certain situation.
De La Cruz draws a walk. Now Matt Parkinson comes up.
If you're Crick and the Beavers, this inning absolutely has to end without the lineup flipping over. You have to take advantage of going against the bottom of the order before it gets to the top. You can't have runners on when guys like Attilis, Galassi, Bolin step up to the plate.
Shaw has begun to throw as well, so it's now Shaw and Jackson concurrently down there, and Hines will visit. A righty and a lefty. The lefties don't come up until Galassi, which is still 4 spots away. Doesn't necessarily mean they're not going to go with Shaw, but maybe he is more so warming for that moment if it does present itself here. But at that point as well, you'd think the Unicorns have a lead if Galassi comes up.
Most likely by that point. I mean, that's 3 batters away.
I mean, I guess you could have the bases loaded and an out mixed in there, but umpires will come together. There's 3 here today as opposed to the normal 2. Don't know what this could be about.
Yeah, I don't. What?
I mean, Parkinson hasn't even seen a pitch.
Did Hines or Essien or somebody say something about a substitution? I don't know what's going on.
They motioned over towards the Beavers dugout. Vaughn Joshua will make his way out. This is peculiar.
Stubbs was kind of raising his arms like, what's going on?
Now Vaughn Joshua bringing Hines out. I don't think there's a rule about in terms of mound visits. We've never been communicated that. Besides the usual 2 in an inning, you're out. I mean, that's not the case right now.
It doesn't look great with the way Hines is communicating. It appears there's some sort of discrepancy. What is going on?
You've never heard of a mound visit restriction here, right? I mean,
not here, no.
We did have some rule changes, and I don't believe that was one of them. But once it's just something that went under wraps that nobody really talked about. Now Shane McCaddy, the director of baseball operations, will come out and discuss.
Can we see what he's saying at all?
I just found it very odd that the umpires would then talk to the Beavers. I mean, they got to make the decision. It's not the Beavers' decision whether the rule gets enforced unless they were asking, hey, do you know the rule?
Right.
In that case, you got to let it go. I mean, if the umpires don't know the rule, you can't rule it.
Oh, so Stubbs is not at first anymore. Ryan Sullivan just came out of the dugout. But Stubbs started this inning at first base.
Oh, so that's what it was.
And we talked about that.
And he was pinch ran for by Ramirez.
So now is Sullivan, and Ramirez is nowhere to be found. So Sullivan must be a defensive substitution for Ramirez, who was supposed to go out there. I think the umpires just didn't catch it in time. But then in that case, I'm not sure what Hines would have been arguing. Whole lot going on. Let's play.
What's the penalty? I mean, is there?
It almost feels like there should be. Stubbs was pinch ran for, therefore he's done. He can't come out, and he started this inning defensively for them.
Or is that just on the umpire? I mean, that's frustrating for the Unicorns.
Yeah. Is that the rule? You can sneak them out there if nobody notices?
This one popped up. Sullivan down the line. Why such long of a discussion, though? I mean, there's no re-entry in professional baseball.
Right.
Like,
this isn't the Little League World Series where you can have the special pinch runner or whatever it is.
Courtesy runner. Well, De La Cruz is on first base. We know that. And there's still one out on the board, so there's been no penalty.
We can read off the numbers that the scoreboard says and tell you that much.
I mean, what would you do? You'd reverse the out, so there's 0 outs now? I mean, the strikeout was already recorded to begin the inning and the walk.
Stubbs didn't have any effect on either of the two at-bats.
0-2 is high. It's almost like that sixth player being on the court in basketball. The officials don't notice, and then they get him off, and no technical foul was assessed.
Yeah. I mean, thankfully, there was no defensive play that needed to involve Stubbs. Otherwise, we would have had ourselves a big old headache here.
Yeah.
You never want that, especially in the championship game.
Leaning lead for De La Cruz. It almost looks like he's going as time is called. And now they give a pitch clock warning to Crick. Haven't seen many of those. That's kept on the field by the base pass umpire. Swing and a miss. Wow, through all that mumbo-jumbo, it can't be easy for Crick to stay level-headed as well.
I mean, he might have been just as confused as we were. You know, he's locked into his at-bat and his duties on the mound.
Here comes John Hodo. He tripled back in the second. You can count the amount of triples on your hand that we had this season.
Might be up to 2 hands now. He might be in the 6 or 7 level.
De La Cruz is going safe as he swum around the tag, and I think that's the right call.
Yeah, that is close, though. What a throw from Aberrett. Ugh, Guzman is just a little to the right of second base. If he can apply that tag closer to the bag instead of a foot or 2 off to the first base side, he probably beats De La Cruz. The ball beats him there, but that's a great slide.
All the Hodos on the edge of their seats, some standing there. 19 plus in attendance today for John. All from the Chicago area. The 1-0 fastball for strike 1.
Well, it's not the 9th, but we've seen him be big in this game before, huh? Couple years in a row.
The game, yeah, in 2020, and then the go-ahead hit in 2021. The leader, the quiet leader, as Adrian Guzman kind of indicated in the pregame. Lead by example, loose player in a good way, as that one is for naught. Still 1-1 on Hodo. Top of the order on deck. Boy, the Beavers don't want to see that either.
That's what we said. You got to get out of this inning before the top of the order comes up.
Shuttered on the ground. Collette collects across the diamond. And that, the final out here in the 8th. What a job by James Crick through all the confusion. They still have a lead.
What makes Detroit Mercy so unique is the fact that it's in the middle of Detroit, and especially with their service learning programs, you really get a chance to be a part of the community.
Detroit Mercy. Build a boundless future.
Keon Taylor in the top of the 9th, the last chance for the Beavers to add anything in this game. A 1-run lead thanks to Felix Aberrett in the 7th with a 3-run blast with 2 outs on a full count. Stuff they write movies about in this game. It's been a fun one. That was Felix's 2nd home run of the game. Fenley swings and misses, makes it 0-2. Taylor comes in to relieve Bewley, the reliever of the year. A fantastic year it was for the side armor that wreaked so much havoc on all these lineups. That one just misses outside. A ball and 2 strikes on Fenley. 1 for 3 was also hit by a pitch today. Swing and a miss. Down on K's. Taylor starts his outing right.
Well, the relievers kind of doing their job right now, huh?
They have been really fun to watch. How about the Beavers relievers? They still have yet to give up a hit.
Really impressive. It's it's surprising given where this game was.
Right.
To see how long it's been since they've had a run on top of the hits as well. Here's Aberrett. He had a home run to left to give them the lead, 7-6. That's still where we stand. It's a tough pitcher to hit off of right now. Here's the 1-0. Fly ball to left. Bolin looking that up. Sees it. Goodbye. Oh, my goodness. Felix Aberrett have a day.
There is no way. Are you kidding me? 3 home runs in the championship game. Holy cow, Felix. Just said it. This is stuff you write movies about.
Who's playing Felix?
I don't know. That's a tough one, but man. Great stuff. Unreal.
Solo shot in the 4th, 3-run bomb in the 7th, and a padding home run here in the 9th of the solo variety as well, off a guy that's not easy to tag. Only this. Wait a minute. How many home runs is he? I'm still on Crick here.
That's the 3rd for Taylor.
Regardless, that's a pretty good number for a guy who's come in a lot of high leverage situations, close games.
Yeah. It's accurate, but almost disrespectful to state that Felix has had a hit in each of his last 4 at-bats. 3 of them are home runs.
A home run last night as well.
5 RBIs in those 4 at-bats.
Top of the order is due up next half inning for the Unicorns. The 1-2, swing and a miss. Acts like it never happened. Well, still, it doesn't feel that comfortable. I mean, Attilas does what he does. He hits a single up the middle. Galassi hits a double in the gap. All of a sudden, Attilas scores. It's 8-7. Bolin comes up. Sakopoulos comes up. Childress comes up. One of those guys hits a home run, and then it's tied. You follow all that?
Let's get there first, Jeremy. Jeez.
The first pitch to Sullivan, low and in. I'm just describing how it could happen. Okay? I'm not saying
it
it's
could, yeah, that's for sure. That's how it's pretty much gone most of the season for
I'm encouraging the Beavers to get another run.
Yeah.
Okay, let's put
just
it that
to be
way.
safe.
There we go.
Yeah.
Yep. They'll listen to me, I'm sure.
One more won't hurt.
Now the 1-0. Fastball inside. Sullivan today has his first at-bat right here. He had a pinch hit at bat last night. He struck out. That was late in the game. Now the 2-0.
Kind of important for him to get that pinch hit at bat. This at bat is probably much more difficult if he's gone what would have been 8 days without a live at bat.
Popped him up mile high. Parkinson, I don't think had a chance, or didn't think he had a chance at it right off the bat, and it does end up out of play.
What count did you have?
2-1. What did they have, or you have?
I had 3-0.
You did.
I didn't think any of those pitches found the zone. I guess I wasn't paying attention.
Well, you're sitting over there thinking of the possibilities too, just not.
I thought they were all inside.
Guzman on deck. The Beavers' lead has been extended. Hung on 7-6 for an inning or two here. Now the 2-2. On the ground, shot to Attilas. Bobble, that's going to cost him a base runner. And another. Sullivan ripping his way to second. That's all the way down the line. Parkinson trying to play it there. And he finally does pick up the baseball to keep Ryan at second base. So a 2-base error there for Attilas.
Kind of a double error. You know, Attilas, who's been so sure-handed at shortstop, not what you expect in that kind of spot. Just a weird, way to get behind that ball. Kind of pulled the glove up, was maybe expecting a bigger hop, and it stayed a little low.
Another run at second base. Trying to make it a 3-run spread. Wellington Guzman looks at a ball inside. Keon Taylor wants another ball here, but boy, when you think about it, Bewley coming in with runners on first and second gives up the home run to Aberrett. He pitches 2, and what were some of his tougher innings this year in the 7th and 8th in high leverage ball, obviously. Now the 1-0. Swing and a miss over the top of the slider there. And then you got another guy who's been very effective today in Keon Taylor. He gives up a home run. you're a betting man, you're not betting that both of those guys give up home runs in big situations.
Yeah, I mean, that's why we play the game, though. We talked about it. Anything could happen. I ran into Vaughn before our interview and just had a short conversation with him, and he said, "What are these guys? 14-3 against us or something?" And I sympathized with him and said, "Yeah, but that's why we're here. That's why we play." And he said, "You're exactly right, and we'll see how it goes." And right now, they're in a good spot.
Big rip at that one. 2-2 on Guzman now. Get a home run all the way back in the second. Grounded out twice. One a double play, one just a routiner to Tillis. And a strikeout in his last at-bat in the 8th. Taylor again, one strike away from working out of this inning. Here's the 2-2. Slider outside. Collette on deck. After him, the top of the order in Ford, who's reached twice today. Outfielders deep, infielders back. 3-2 with 2 outs. Sullivan will be on the move. The pitch, swing and a miss. Keon Taylor with a pair of strikeouts to Whitfield and Guzman. Abaretz makes it a little easier for his team, trying to hold on to an 8-6 lead and snap this 3 championship in a row streak by the Unicorns.
As your neighbor who works at Ascension, Michigan, and a cardiologist who's practiced for more than 20 years, I'm going to keep asking, how are you feeling today? Your care can't wait. Getting care sooner can mean catching things before they get worse. At Ascension, Michigan, our ERs and our hospitals and other sites of care are maintaining strict precautions for your safety. Studies have shown that people will get care sooner if they're encouraged by their doctors, family, and friends. Get the care you need at getascensionmichigancare.com.
You hear about the promo that Jimmy's John's got going on? 5 off 20? How they pulling it off? Magic? You got David's Copperfields in there? Show yourself, Copperfields!
Jimmy John's. $5 off orders of 20 or more.
Slide into a new home. Work with a local mortgage pro who works for you. Get a cheaper, faster, easier home loan. Find a mortgage broker near you today at findamortgagebroker.com.
Shaw on the mound trying to close out this game. He's been there before. Crick and Shaw have kind of gone back and forth in terms of who is the very end back-end guy, but Crick pitching 2 shutout innings. He walked just 1 in the 8th. That's just 2 base runners in 4 innings the last 2 days. He struck out 2 more here today in addition to his 3 yesterday. And Shaw also getting work on back-to-back days.
It's this Beavers bullpen that has been the storyline today for them. Have not given up a hit since the 2nd inning. 3 hits in the first, 3 hits in the second. 5 runs come across, 1 more when Shea is out there. But the Unicorns, the best hitting team all year long, have not gotten a base knock. I mean, it's unreal what the Beavers have done. They've come out with confidence. They're tossing the ball with conviction. They're making good defensive plays. They haven't had many errors. The ones they have recovered from nicely. This whole season just culminating into this half inning.
Tillis looks at a ball outside. Tillis, Galassi, Bolin, the top of the order due up here as Luis swings through that one. Today, it's been a good day. Double, walk, reached on an error. It's every at bat. 2 of them, he has scored. Now the 1-1. Slap to Fenley. The Beavers 2 outs away.
Unicorns still need 1 base runner, but they're in a perfect spot to get one of those. And these guys that they have coming up are not only their best hitters and have been the best in the league, but they've been so clutch. I mean, Drew Galassi has come up in huge spots all season long.
"15 extra base hits coming into this at-bat. 91-mile-an-hour fastball high, fastball slider, the mix for Nick Shaw, a guy that came straight out of college and has thrown a lot of high-leverage innings here as well. 1-0 popped him up for the second time today. Collette, along with Guzman, squeezes out number 2.
Boy, Guzman had to stare into those gray clouds and kind of flutter over there for a long time and still was leaning as he made that catch. That's not an easy pop out to grab. You look at, I mean, he probably went 30, 40 yards all the way out there into left field when it's all said and done.
The Unicorns down to their last 3 strikes. Malik Bolin, who has a home run today, strides to the plate. He's been good down the stretch. First pitch, swinging out of his shoes. 9th inning brought to you by UWM. We thank them for their partnership with the USPBL network. Outfield back, infield back. Travius Ford in center field hopping around trying to stay loose. The 0-1, swing and a miss. The fastball at 93.
Malik's got to slow down here. He knows he needs to get on, but it doesn't matter how. You just need to get on base. Can't be in swing mode. You have to wait for a good pitch. There's only 2 Shaw's going to throw.
Shaw comes set, the 0-2. Inside. Another 93-mile-an-hour hitter.
I thought he was going to ring him up. I didn't think it was a strike, but I saw that little arm movement. I thought he was going up for it.
The 1-2. Punched out of play. The Unicorns have not scored a run since the 3rd inning. They scored 3 in the first, 2 in the second, and 1 in the third. Another 1-2. Another close one. Another close take. 2-2 on Bolin. Sikopoulos on deck. Childress following.
Credit to Malik. He's staying alive here. He's taking some tough pitches after whiffing on the first 2.
Here's the 2-2. Off the end of the bat. Bolin staying away to...
Need a deep breath for everybody here. If you're Malik, you're just trying to get on any way you can. Got to slow down.
Corner infielders playing no doubles here. Now the 2-2. High from 0-2 to 3-2. Malik Bolin trying to extend it one more.
I think you got to rear back and pump a fastball in here. A solo shot doesn't hurt as much.
And it's 92, not easy to get to. Probably ball 4. The 3-2 again. Swing and a miss! The Beavers snapped the streak! They're champions for the 3rd time in history.
Well, you got to give them their credit. Really cool moment for these guys. It's been an up and down year for the Beavers all season long. This was an up and down game. But big time players make big time plays, and How about Felix Abarrett in the bullpen today? 3 home runs for Felix. The bullpen goes no hit after the second inning against the toughest lineup all season long and the best team without a doubt. Really impressive from the Beavers. This is what championship games and teams are made of, performances like that.
The all-flow bullpen team sharing hugs there.
Yeah, you got Crick and Hibbets and Blankenship. Devin's got the hair going.
Not sure I realized that until now. What a moment for these Beavers here today. They come from the 2 seed, have a huge win last night, stalling at the beginning of this game here today. For a minute, it looked like the Unicorns would take this game for the 4th year in a row. There are your T-shirts right there. Ford's feeling it.
Travia, say hi to the family. They're watching. They're cheering.
That's a guy who battled through some adversity here today.
Yeah. Not just today, all season, too.
Travis last night put the Beavers on the board with a solo shot to left. Grand slam after that. Here today, getting on base a couple times, a single and a walk. Some grit out in center field. And there's the championship T-shirt that you can order.
Now it's safe.
Right now, yeah.
Now it's safe to make those orders. It really wasn't all the way up until now. Von Joshua, legendary hitting coach who really turned around this lineup, and, you know, he made some great adjustments with these guys throughout this season. They had plenty of hitters who really had some struggle spots, and they made it through.
And with a roster like this, just a couple bench players, really all the bullpen pieces needed throughout the year, everybody has a piece of it.
Yeah, really. I mean, this is a team that looks very different than it did at the start of the season, and that's okay. That's what they needed to do. It's a performance-based profession, and they brought in the guys that they thought could and would perform when the time came, and they did. And there's just nothing better than a championship celebration.
Well, they're setting up the stage. Chelsea Estes will have the award presentation along with some interviews. We'll be back with that after this on the US PBL Network. Well, order your Beavers championship t-shirts now. uspbl.com/shop/2022champs to get that fine t-shirt, which the players, the managers are all wearing right now on the field. And the mass of people, as is tradition on all game days, kids running the bases. Here's Mr. Stubbs showing off his shirts.
I think my favorite part about this is the family members, the young kids and cousins and wives and girlfriends and parents. You know, they get to be here and go out there for the celebration, the ones that are able to make it, and it's just such a cool moment. A lot of these guys are not from the state of Michigan. They're not local, and, you know, their parents don't get to see them play that much, and a lot of their family, and it's amazing that they can be here on a special day like today and get to witness them do something that not everybody gets to do, take home a championship as a professional baseball player. That's a special thing to be able to say.
To all the host families as well that are around here today. I'm sure there's a decent amount for both the Unicorns and the Beavers here today. And they're also a big part of what the USPBL is about and how these players are able to be here, to put it bluntly, as well. I mean, they're just as important providing the housing they do for these guys trying to live out their dream playing professional baseball, a lot of which are not from the state of Michigan. So waiting the awards ceremony now. Again, 8-6 your final scores. The Beavers take the game here today. Home runs really the story all throughout this championship series, going back to Friday, to yesterday. And it looks like they're just about ready down on the field to kick things off. The championship trophy is there. And we send it down to Chelsea Cooper now.
That's right, Johnny. We got a new champion in the house today. It's the Birmingham Bloomfield Beavers, you guys. Woo! What a journey it was to get here. Hard work, grit, determination, teamwork. I'm proud of you guys. Your managers are proud of you guys. All the fans are proud of you guys. Yes. This makes me really happy. To kick the whole celebration off, I'm going to have the Commissioner and CEO, Andy Appleby, say a few words to hand off that trophy.
Well, thanks, Chelsea. And as I say every year during the ceremony, the first people I want to thank are the fans. And thank you so much for coming out in record numbers this year. It was one of our best years ever. And especially coming off the last 2 years of COVID, we're very, very grateful for all your participation. So thank you, fans. Secondly, I'd love to thank the Utica Unicorns, specifically Jim Essian and his group. They were the best champions you could possibly imagine. Wonderful people, great character, really held the title for 3 years, and just came up a little bit short for their 4th title this year, but wonderful young kids and many of the best players we've ever had in this league. So thank you, Jim, and thanks, Unicorns. And then lastly, I really want to thank all of my staff, Dana Schmidt in particular. She's our president of the league, and she's here 24/7. Katie Page, Jeremiah, Brian, Dylan on the field. Just so many people to thank. And without them, we couldn't put on this world-class show every evening. So thank you very much to all our staff. And now I'd like to present the USPBL Championship Trophy to Von Joshua and the Birmingham Bloomfield Beavers.
Vaughn is incredible from this team. What makes this championship with this team so incredibly special?
Well, you know, we just never quit. We started off real bad, looked like we were going to be the last.
Ourselves some ponchos, Vaughn.
We started out with a tough start in the season, and the guys never quit. They pulled themselves up, and they stuck together. It's a good team. I tell you, these guys all pick each other up. So very happy. It's a great team, good team.
An amazing team, and it's so well deserved. Oh man, we are keep going with this. I hope you like champagne, Vaughn. Do you like champagne?
I'm not a champagne drinker.
Oh, today you are. It's actually up my nose. Got some bubbles up there. Okay, well, the next part of this amazing ceremony is going to be my 2022 MVP. You guys are going to want to listen to this. All right, so my MVP goes to somebody who has been here for 2 years. He was on the Hoppers last year and had a heartbreaking adventure, but he came through the past few nights to so truly prove that he deserves this award and contributed to this amazing game with his team. I am so happy and proud to say, and it goes to Felix Abaret. MVP! Do you like champagne, Felix?
I love it.
Today we really love it. Felix, watching you the past few days just made my heart happy, knowing what you went through last year and seeing you find so much success today and this weekend. Just try to put into words what this MVP title means to you.
I mean, I got to give it to the boys behind me. I mean, they were with me the whole year. They were fighting even when I was struggling a little bit, and even today I wouldn't have done without them.
Absolutely. I got to give it up to this whole entire Beavers crew. Guys, one more time, your 2022 USPBL champions go to the Birmingham Bloomfield Beavers!
Well, no other one more deserving for what they did the last couple days. Felix Abaret, your MVP in the championship this year. Kind of an interesting story. He had a lot of success with the Hoppers last year, went on to another independent league, really didn't play that much. He was kind of behind some AA, AAA guys, but that's a cool moment right there as well. Bat boy all season long and for the last few years as well. Big part of this Beavers team as well here today. We'll get into the championship photo as well. Plenty of champagne being on the ice back there, but your thoughts on today and what Mr. Abaret did, I guess, as well?
Well, I mean, kind of an unlikely candidate to hit the home runs that he did this weekend. Just really didn't see that this season from him. We saw him hit for average. He had one home run before these playoffs, and we knew he was a good hitter, knew he had the power, just hadn't really seen it. But he stepped up in the big moments, and that's really fun to watch. 3 today, 1 yesterday. and obviously deserving of the MVP, but there were a lot of fantastic contributors to this Beavers team. I mean, all season long, they had one of the best pitching staffs. They struggled through some ups and downs. Austin Shea had his issues. He came out and pitched 2 hitless innings today. The bullpen, James Crick, Nick Shaw, Jesse Galindo, they were fantastic. Zach Blankenship played his part. Zach Devon had a fantastic start last night. And you talk about the new additions. It's not easy coming from out of state, coming to a new league, a new place, and fitting in right away. And as soon as the College Showcase guys got here, Fenley, Guzman, Stubbs, Castillo, they made an impact and immediately made this team better. And there's something to be said for that. And they stuck around this whole time and were able to come away champions, and they'll get a nice ring to go home with.
Yeah, it certainly is a nice ring. And the guys that come back will receive that before the season starts next year on opening day. And usually they do have the rematch of the championship game on opening day. So it'll be Unicorns and Beavers in mid-May for you here at Jimmy John's Field for another year of USPBL baseball. Well, we want to thank everybody that made this broadcast possible all throughout the year. Our longtime director, P.J. Gradowski, along with everybody else that helped us out as well. Kara Wolfbauer, one of our long-standing interns who did a great job. The interns that have left and gone back to college, Nick Matthews and such. We thank you as well, Jeremiah Hergotz, and everybody else that has helped us throughout the year. For my broadcast partner, Brennan Shabath, I'm Jeremy Addo. Have a great fall and winter. We'll see you in the spring.